walking around with some motherfucking dwarfs.
I don't think her response to the backlash was the smartest thing she could have done, as I just think it's only going to cause more debate and cause more hatred towards her, towards Disney, and just make a more
Did you see what the dwarves look like? Nah, I didn't even know that Snow White was now Mexican.
Environment around the Snow White remake. And Rachel Zegler is no stranger to this, as she's done this multiple times. She's put out many tweets, she's made
extremely appreciative of the love I feel from those defending me online. But please don't tag me in the nonsensical discourse about my casting. I really, truly do not want to see it. So I leave you with these photos. I hope every child knows they can be a princess no matter what. Damn.
Many statements attacking those who are attacking Snow White and attacking her, and she's further fueled this online hatred towards the film, and I don't think it's smart because I actually think it can hurt Snow White financially. As we've seen with previous films this year, from The Little Mermaid to Indiana Jones 5, when there's an online backlash towards a film, and when there's a group of people who don't like a movie, and that group continues to grow.
How did Little Mermaid do? It did not flop. How do you, I forgot how to look this shit up. Little Mermaid opening weekend box office. 95.5 million opening weekend. How much was this movie? How much was it for this movie? Did this movie cost? 250 million? 250 million? 95? Okay, let me see what it's at now. Little Mermaid box office numbers. Oh my God. $547 million. This is July 17th. I'm not gonna lie, shit on them. Absolutely shit on them.
And also gets ignited by the studio or the actors involved, it can really hurt a film financially.
I don't think that happened here, buddy.
When you look at Indiana Jones 5...
Now, Indiana Jones was ass. I didn't see it. I just saw the trailers. I knew that shit was ass.
That lost about $400 million.
Damn!
It only made $350 million when it needed to make $900 million to break even, and a lot of that was around the online controversy, which led to a lot of people just thinking it was better for them not to go and watch the movie just because there was so much backlash for it.
Well, I don't ever, like, just because there's backlash, I don't know. I feel like people, if you're a follower like that, it's like you hear bad stuff, or not if you hear bad stuff, but if you hear, how do I describe it, man? You should see something if you still want to see it, not because everybody else is like, yo, man, that shit's ass, da-da-da, because I heard everybody saying, and I think it was because people didn't like The Little Mermaid, that because she was black, they were like, don't see it, it's trash, da-da-da. I went to see it, bro. It was literally not that bad, bro. I'm trying to think of another movie that a lot of people really didn't like, but when I seen it, it was actually cool. I can't think of one though. I can't think of one though recently, but I know I seen a movie where people were like hating on it. I seen it and it was like, bro, this was not like how people were talking about it, bro. Probably Transformers. Probably one of the Transformers. I can't remember exactly which one. Suicide Squad. The first Suicide Squad was kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of crazy. I wouldn't say it was ass, but it was just kind of crazy. Morbius, didn't see it.
We also saw with The Little Mermaid, that didn't break even either. And this continues to happen for Disney as there's so much online backlash for a film. And so I don't think the main actress in a movie should be coming out and attacking those who are...
I just looked it up. It did. Yo, you're lying. Wait, what?
...attacking the film, because that's only going to ignite the flames more.
You dropped this 11 hours ago.
That's only going to cause more backlash, which arguably and has proven to hurt films financially. And
what's going on?
So I think that
What's happening?
Will really hurt Snow White financially, especially seeing as the movie already doesn't have that good of a reputation, so it's already been hurt and already been damaged financially. But I think with her further igniting these flames of hatred towards her and towards Snow White will only damage the film more. And Disney have a lot riding on this film, as they need to start making profits quick. Over the last
Well, I don't know why they went with Snow White. Honestly, I think they're trying to like get the little girls and shit in theater. After Thor 4, Black Panther 2, and Little Mermaid, Disney reportedly lost a jaw-dropping $1 billion in economic opportunity loss. Good, because this shit's been annoying. Like, stop, just please stop. And I heard they're about to do Bambi too. They're working on Bambi, and then they're working on The Lion King 2 Mufasa fucking version.
9 movies, they've lost over $1 billion, and they really need to get the ball rolling on some quality projects. They really need to start bringing in some profits and bringing in some money with their upcoming films. And while Snow White doesn't come out until next year, they obviously...
Black Panther 2 was fire though. I don't know, like some of the stuff that he's saying is like, I'm like, bro, is this like actually like accurate? Cause like we just looked up some of this stuff and it's like, that's not true, bro. It's not true, bro.
Want that film to do well and obviously want that film to break even, and so I think she shouldn't be saying this stuff, because this could actually result in the movie not breaking even for Disney when they really need it to make some money. And I think she means well coming out and tweeting against these people. However, I just don't feel it's the best decision for her to make for all the reasons I've already stated. So I want to make it clear that I think she's not doing this out of a nasty place. I think it's out of more of a reactionary place.
Wait, I thought we had... No, wait, that was Sleeping Beauty. Maleficent is Sleeping Beauty, right? Am I tripping?
And is trying to set these haters straight, but I just don't think that works. I don't think you can argue with someone and actually change their mind, so I honestly feel it's pointless, and I feel it only does damage and does absolutely no good. I think when you look at the way Gal Gadot has kept it about the movie and has kept it about the art and the performance...
Also, there's something so iconic about being part of the first, fairy tale ever told by...
Wait, has there been any trailers for this? Who the fuck is she playing, the villain?
Disney. It's the first, long animated movie ever to be released, and to be able to do the evil queen, which is so much different than anything else I've ever done. And
that's the smartest route to take, because by...
W casting. She was Maleficent. No, she wasn't. What you call it? What's her name was fucking Maleficent.
Gal Gadot doing that.
Angelina Jolie.
She's making it about the art. She's not making it about the message. She's not making it about the artist. She's not making it about the artist's opinions. She's making it purely about the story, and that way people can judge the movie for the movie and not judge it based off, one, the political message.
They will still judge it on her. Gal Gadot? I don't know. I didn't like Wonder Woman. People find a way to be mad, buddy.
Of a film, and 2, the artist opinion. And when it comes to massive controversy like this, I think the only way that you can properly handle it is by just ignoring it. That way you allow the controversy to play out, you allow it to die down, and those who want to watch the movie will watch the movie, and those who don't want to watch the movie won't watch the film. But regardless, it stays about the movie. But I think Rachel Zegler continuing to come out and talk about these haters, continually coming out and saying how frustrated she is, how annoyed she is, and but I think Rachel Zegler continuing to come out and talk about these haters, continually coming out and saying how frustrated she is, how annoyed she is, and showing her emotion and...
You know, I'm beginning to believe that Disney are experiencing some kind of corporate survivor's guilt for all the money they've made over the years, and have resolved to do everything in their power to correct that mistake. Whether it's tanking every single brand under their umbrella, or getting into ridiculous...
I'm not gonna lie, if you wanna watch somebody who just hates fucking shit, it's just gonna shit on a movie, this is the guy to go to, bro. Oh my gosh, bro. If you just kind of just didn't fuck with something, he is literally going to bash it. You could tell, you're going to know for sure he's going to shit on it.
Political battles they can never hope to win, or releasing flop after flop that have burned through hundreds of millions of dollars.
I was like,
human technology in all of history.
Remember my song in the swamp when I was like, whap, chicka, whap, whap, chicka, whap.
Remember my song in the swamp when I was like, brah.
Set to repeat this not-so-winning form.
I didn't even know this like was out. Me and Danielle were like on Netflix, and we I think it was Netflix, and we seen this. We were like, what? This was a thing?
Formula with their next
Didn't watch
live-action
that.
remake, Snow White and the Seven Dwarves. Oh wait, sorry. Snow White and the Seven Magical Diverse Gender Non-Conforming Vertically Challenged Creatures.
Thank you.
The thing is, Snow White is a bit of a special one for the Disney Corporation because it was their very first feature-length animated movie made by Walt himself way back in 1937, taking its
I
inspiration.
don't know how he's still making videos in 2023. Oh my gosh, I think he's just like got his audience. Cause you know any other nigga saying stuff like this, how could you? He needs to be canceled.
From a 19th century German fairy
Opportunity lost just means they would have made that much, but didn't, not real money.
tale by the Brothers Grimm. It tells the story of a beautiful young woman who gets betrayed by her evil stepmother and eventually takes refuge in a forest with 7 dwarfs who give her shelter and protection. And when the evil stepmother comes back to finish the job, they risk their lives to defend her until eventually she gets found by the handsome prince and brought back to life with a true love's kiss.
They're gonna switch this shit. They're gonna switch it to where it's not the dude that does the first kiss or some shit. It's gonna be some like some woman type shit. I already know.
Yes, it was a timeless story.
It's supposed to be like a funny part in the movie. Like he leans in for the kiss, like, I didn't need you to kiss me to wake me up. And the audience is like, yeah, that's right. Shut the fuck up, man.
Story of betrayal, friendship, loyalty, sacrifice, and the redeeming power of love. And adjusted for inflation, it's still the highest grossing animated film of all time, and one of the most important movies in the history of
Wait.
redeeming power of love. And adjusted for inflation, it's still the highest grossing animated film of all time.
Really? Wait, why was this movie so hyped up? It was the first animated shit? Like what happened? Cause this shit, I've never seen this. I've literally never seen it before.
And one of the most important movies in the history of cinema. Now, call me crazy if you like, but something tells me this remake isn't going to be so well regarded.
Nope.
The problems began early on with the casting of Rachel Zegler as Snow White. Now,
I mean, like, she kind of looked like her though. May?
is this a problem, you might ask? Well, the original German folktale describes the character as follows. Schneewittchen hat Lippen rot von einer Rose, Haar schwarz wie Ebenholz und Haut weiß wie Schnee. Or, in less world-dominating terms, Snow White had lips red as a rose, hair black as ebony, and skin white as snow. Skin white as snow. Skin white as snow. Sure, okay. I mean, you'd think that Disney might have learned from The Little Mermaid that imposing 21st century American cultural norms by race-swapping major characters from popular European fairy tales doesn't tend to go down too well, but whatever. As long as they nailed the characterization and stayed true to the themes and ideas of the original story, I'm sure it would all be fine.
This Snow White is gonna have a modern edge to her, a modern edge to her, a modern edge to her.
Cartoon was so focused on her finding true love, and it's really not even in her mind at all in this film. So focused on becoming the leader and how to find her own agency.
Oh, I told you, bro. They take everything about these movies and like, just like, yo, whatever the message was there, fuck it.
Of course she does. Because why have a story about the redeeming power of love when we can focus instead on the only thing that truly matters in life?
Here's what you said. Wait, what?
You're crying on that stage.
When am I not crying in public? It's so upsetting.
Why were you crying?
Oh my gosh, I saw the well, we didn't even see.
overwhelming.
We didn't even see,
It's
but I saw the
overwhelming.
logo and I went, that's my name. Snow White's up there, and I cried my eyes out.
What was it like seeing yourself for the first time in full Snow White drag?
I love that description. It's perfect. Oh my God. Well, when you get to wear Sandy Powell, first of all, insane. And then you get to be lit by Mandy Walker and Nadia Stacey designed your hair and makeup. It's like the most incredible thing in the world. And then all of a sudden you open your eyes and you watch the playback, which I never do. And I saw myself on screen and I just wanted to throw up. I was so happy about it. And it was the most incredible experience. And the fan reaction was insane. We didn't even see what they were clapping for. I think it was good. I don't
the
know.
sizzle.
Yeah.
We didn't see anything. We're still waiting.
You see yourself as the evil queen. You are not evil. You are not evil. You're a queen, but you're not evil.
Yo,
What was it like seeing yourself
okay,
as the
you are on her dick.
evil queen for the first time?
We did not see the clip, so I still haven't seen anything. But when I was in makeup, just like she said, we got to work with such an amazing crew, and it was just like the best it could ever be. I must say that for me, also the transition for the
But how old is this little girl?
old hag was incredible because it was all real prosthetics and all of that.
You were in
And
the chair for like 4
4
hours.
hours and changing the voice and
12.
everything. I feel so lucky that I got to
22?
play something that is
I guess that
so
that makes
far
sense.
from what I know and what I'm used to.
Well, she look 15.
And I super enjoyed every second of it.
You said you were
Yo,
bringing a modern.
I'm just so glad it's not. Oh my God, what's the girl's name from Wednesday? Oh my God, they could have did it if they wanted to. Who would stop them? Who would stop them?
edge to it on stage. What do you mean by that?
I just mean that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that
She's
is
not going to be
yeah.
saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about.
See, like isn't that like the whole point of the movie? Wasn't that the whole point of the movie? So like, what are we doing? What are we doing here?
You said you were bringing a modern edge to it on stage. What do you mean by that?
I just mean that it's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White that is
She's not going to be
yeah.
saved by the prince.
She's not going to be saved by the prince, and she's not.
Yo, that sounds like a reply to like if someone's like, why did you do this to Snow White? Well, it's not 1937. Yeah, so why'd you remake the movie then? Because we wanted to tell a new different story. Like, then why didn't you just make a new story? Like, why didn't you just make a whole new story? Well, because it's like, yo, like what was the point? Like, what is the point? Literally, what is the point?
Going to be dreaming about
You could make a whole different movie.
true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Oh my
And the leader that
God.
her late father told her that she could be
Oh.
if she was fearless, fair, brave, and true.
Oh.
And so it's just a really incredible story for, I think, young people everywhere.
I want to kill my fucking self. I want to watch this. I want to watch this movie just so I can like properly shit on it. Just so I can properly, because like from what I'm hearing is just, oh my God, it's trash. It's like the fucking everything that they're doing, everything wrong that could just be wrong with how movies are being made and shit like that.
To see themselves in.
Instead of making powerful, like making a story and making a powerful woman with the story that you make, they are now taking old shit and just forcing powerful women. You see, she's powerful. You see it, right? Because before she needed a man to do that, but now she doesn't, right? You see that? Because we're telling you that she doesn't. It's like, bro, none of this is getting proven. We're just being told and shoved down our throat that these women don't need no man. It's like, okay, buddy.
Snow White is running for president.
I'm launching my campaign. I am.
I'm sure the comments are nice. Walt Disney rolling in his grave. His first ever film, one of the most revolutionary movies ever made. I usually just ignore these remakes, but this is where I draw the line. This is straight up unforgivable. I feel like everybody's got the line that they're drawing. I think I Ben drew my line at when it was The Lion King. When the Lion King remake dropped, I was like, yo, no. Because Lion King was my shit. Oh my gosh, man. The part where the 7 little people told her, "You are so brave, powerful, and independent," truly sent chills down my lower spine. So they're taking the love out of a classic love story. Gotcha. Damn.
Life. You. Don't you see? It's about what you want. What's best for
These are the doors? This is this is a joke. This is a fucking meme. This is a fucking meme. That's a meme. That's a fucking meme. No, that shit's hilarious. That is funny. No, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny.
For you,
No.
what makes you happy, and everyone else can go fuck themselves. Now, where have I heard this sentiment before?
It's also updated with the current times, you know? It's not just all about a boy, you know? It's all about what she wants for herself.
Jesus, it's like a bunch of robots that have all been given the latest software download at the same time.
Oh my
you
God,
know,
he's-
I love how Disney are still trying to sell this idea of strong, self-actualized female protagonists.
It's so forced that it's just annoying. It's literally making me want to be sexist. It's like it's doing the opposite. It's having the opposite effect. I actually am hating women more and more each time. Each time anytime I'm in a movie and a girl says, "Hey, I got this," I'm just like, "Oh my God."
Pursuing their life goals without the help of a man, as if it's some crazy new idea that's never been tried before, instead of, you know, the plot of literally every single movie and TV show they've made in the past 10 years. This isn't new or inventive anymore, and you're not impressing anyone with this shit. In fact, all you're really doing is taking away timeless elements of the original story and replacing them with a vacuous, shallow, and ultimately meaningless facade of female empowerment. You don't need a man, you don't need love, you don't need attachments to other people. In fact, you just need to be strong.
I wish they would do anything with oh shit. I wish they would do anything with the Fox and the Hound. I wish they would. I promise you. I would say something crazy. I will say something crazy.
Empowered, be a leader, and buy more of our products. I mean, okay, maybe the main characters.
Wait, National Geographic's is part of Disney? Damn. How's this fair?
Buy more of our products. I mean, okay, maybe the main character's a bit of a bust, but what about the dwarves? I mean, really, they were as much of a collective protagonist in the original movie as Snow White herself. They went through a real character arc together. They learned to work together, to take advantage
It's
of
real?
their unique skills, to risk their lives for someone else, and ultimately they learned the value of friendship, loyalty, and sacrifice. Oh wait, they're not actually dwarves anymore. Not since the towering intellect of Peter Dinklage weighed in on the film and decided that the portrayal of dwarves in the original movie was backwards and insulting.
You serious?
Peter, mate, you understand that those characters were actually the fantasy species of dwarf and not actual humans afflicted with dwarfism, right? Either way, the result was the same. Someone was angry and things had to change. The dwarves were shit-canned and changed into magical forest creatures, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean, and 7 roles that could have been played by dwarf actors were basically erased.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Honestly, you'd think that Peter would have been the bigger man and given his fellow actors a chance, but I guess...
Yo, if I see this picture that someone sent, that you sent, I'm gonna lose it.
Not. Maybe he's got an elevated sense of his own importance or something. So let's consider what we've got so far with this thing. A classic European fairy tale about a young woman with skin as white as snow, played by an actress of Colombian descent, so that everyone can see themselves in 19th century German folklore. A story about the search for true love that's no longer about true love, in order to avoid offending the lonely middle-aged feminists that'll never actually watch the movie in the first place. And supported by 7 dwarves that are no longer dwarves in order to avoid offending Peter Dinklage.
Fuck.
But hey, at least it'll probably look good, right? I mean, these live-action movies cost hundreds of millions of dollars, so you can bet it's gonna be up there on screen for all to see.
Wait, it's real? Okay, no, stop.
Now, I have to admit, I didn't react to these pictures at first because, like a lot of people, I naturally assumed that they had to be fake. I mean, they've got to be right. There's no way a big budget movie could possibly look this shit. And for a few hours at least, it seemed like I was right. Then the confirmation came back from a Disney spokesman that they were in fact real photos from the movie set.
My God, they're real.
What?
I just can't anymore, man. This right here is the decline of Western culture summed up in a single image, and this movie is the literal personification of everything wrong with modern entertainment. It's what happens when you're so desperate to showcase your progressive credentials
Please
and conform to the endlessly
Please leave Bambi alone, bro. It's coming. It's coming. They said it. They already said it's coming. There's more photos. Oh no, y'all heard Lizzo stuffing bananas in girls' pussies and shit? What? Who the fuck is this? It's ruined. It's all ruined. How can they possibly fuck up Bambi? Oh, Disney is creative. They'll find a way, bro.
growing list of contradictory demands and nonsensical restrictions that you end up tying both of your creative hands behind your back, and what you ultimately produce is just as soulless, joyless, and pointless as the people you're desperately trying to win approval.
Chat, I guarantee. What was it in Bambi? Was it the I don't think it was Thumper, was it? I think it was the snail. Which one was like low key gay? Like if you watch the movie back, you like, yo, that nigga kind of gay, bro. Which one was it, bro? It was one of them things. It was Thumper? Maybe it was. I thought it was the skunk. The rabbit? Hold on, let me look at a clip, because one of them was like, but I feel like they'll take that and they're gonna run with that shit. Because they're gonna be like, see, we've always had gay characters in our films, and they're gonna make this nigga like in the forefront of the movie, talking about, yo, this, that, and the third, and like it's okay to be your true self. It's like, dog, this is like, can we just like see Bambi like run around and shit with the thunder? Bambi, Thumper, was it Thumper? Thumper was low key on his dick. Yo, see, they're gonna take this and they're gonna run with it, man. Damn, I gotta rewatch this movie, man. W movie. Gosh, you can call me.
From. Because here's the thing, whenever you ask them what they want next, no matter how far you've already gone,
see, and like
on or how much you've sacrificed to try to appease them, the answer will always be the same. More. No matter how many concessions you make, how many problematic elements you mercilessly hack away from your story, how many progressive characters and themes and mindless talking points you awkwardly shove into your narrative, it will quite simply never be enough. There's always going to be another point of outrage, another...
You said yachts to animals? The skunk was a girl? I thought it was a dude. Was that not a dude's voice?
Man for change, another rule
I thought they were
that
all
can't be
boys.
broken, another piece of your creative freedom you're asked to give up, another piece of cultural heritage to be rewritten for a modern audience that doesn't exist. And you know what? They're fucking welcome to it. If this is the kind of sterile, loveless, charmless, creatively bankrupt propaganda that you choose to serve up, then best of luck to you. Because if the reactions online are anything to go by, you're absolutely gonna need it. Anyway.
Ain't they all... Wait, okay, see. What the I don't even know anymore. I literally don't know.
Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
How long have I been recording this shit? We kind of went on a like a Bambi's like that's what I'm saying. Bambi's a dude. Bambi's a dude. The skunk is a dude. I don't fucking know, bro. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because Disney's gonna make them whatever they want them to make, whatever they want them to be to fit their agenda. MK trailer. Okay, hold on. I gotta. What have I been recording? I did want to check that out. And that's why I got it right here. AMP Freshman Cypher. This is the one with Lil Yachty supposed to be in it. Yo, YouTube. Yes. Kason. Yes, I know about the AMP situation. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's like I don't live under a rock. God did. Oh, Yachty's actually in it. Oh shit, lit.
Everything I do with serious, nigga.
What the fuck is this? Fast and the Furious?
I don't give a fuck what I got going on. When it comes to this content shit, I don't play no games, nigga. I'm gonna give
Cat Sinat
every single time. And that's my all, you heard me? Turn me up. 1 week, 4 cars. 1 team, 6 stars. Big Lambo in the garage.
This is a song.
Corset in front yard. AP on the arm. I done came so far. AP on the arm. I done came so far.
What the fuck?
Shit like GTA and I ain't got no mods. Why the fuck you gon' tell me how to beat the odds? Backcourt like MJ while I'm here throwing lobs. Bitches throwing it back like they throwing on some rods. 5%.
You know what? You know what would have been fire, man? If this just came out a little bit later, man, after the incident that just happened, and then you have the news report and shit at the start, man, and then you come in and then you drop your verse, man. First day out.
For the truck, yeah. She calling my phone talking about she trying to fuck. How you trying to fuck when your baby daddy stuck? Hold up, fuck that nigga. Bitch, I'm trying to fuck. Now let's talk about this streaming shit, cause niggas getting soft.
Ooh.
I do my own thing and I put that on the cross.
Ooh.
They offered me 40, I told them double it for more. Then
Who we talking about? Shit.
Came and started knocking. Offered me 40, I told them double
Kick.
it for more.
Cause Rumble.
Rumble came and started knocking right on that door.
Oh.
Before you talk on me, ask yourself if we the same. I'm not here to play any motherfucking games. Niggas come up and start turning lame. I would never switch up or go for the fame. Who is he dissing? Who you think he's talking about? Holy shit, this shit getting crazy. 6 watches. Could he be talking about somebody that we know?
You. Me? He's dissing you. Okay, buddy. Yo, what the fuck? Hold on real quick. I got a text. You'll wait.
These hoes like warfare, she giving me dome. That warfare, she giving me dome.
Okay, Kai. Okay, Kai.
My future, you fly through.
Oh shit.
Went to Alabama to fuck all of my cousins.
What the fuck? You know what I like about this too is that I'm thinking they don't hear each other's verses and the reactions are genuine, like they're hearing it for the first time, because you be seeing how they be reacting when the person starts going. They need to keep doing that because that shit is fucking hilarious. What the fuck is this verse?
Went to Alabama to fuck all of my cousins. Went to play with men overseas like DeMarcus Cousins. I buy it right now, but it's cheaper by the dozen. I'm not. Went to play with men overseas like DeMarcus Cousins. I buy it right now, but it's cheaper by the dozen. I'm not from Russia. Why are we rushing? All this extra cash, so I bought me a band. She's trying to fuck with me because of who I am. That's like peanut butter, but who's my jam? Damn. I just got on a yacht. That's a big boat. I just put on a cozy mid-coat. I got my dill in her mouth. That's a pickle. Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo. I'm finna eat my bitch like a Scooby snack. You can't run from me. Bring that booty back. Beep, 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 beep. I'm moving on the highway, driving in high speeds. These niggas are my sons. I'm putting them in a high seat. I'm crushing on this hoe like orange, not like high C. I'm hating on this nigga. Someone get his IP. She drained me on my nuts. Someone get the IV. Don't see no competition. Yeah, your money's tiny. Booda-bada, booda-bada, booda-ba-bee. He shoot like Ben Simmons. We gon' send him overseas. Hit her from the back. I like her better on her knees. Beat a nigga ass for talking shit in Japanese. Going on nigga bugging. I've been winning so long since Rage was plugging. Shorty wanna go on dates. Bitch, nigga bugging. I've been winning so long since Rage was plugging. Shorty wanna go on dates. Bitch, when we fucking. Minute man, 3 strokes. I think I'm coming.
What the fuck was that? Oh my gosh. Most entertaining. 10 out of 10 for entertainment. Duke Demis.
One nigga done made me mad, so I smashed on this mama and I'm fucking on this bitch. Almost fucked this baby mama too, that nigga ain't tried me since. Riding through the trenches, stand on business, 5% is 10. If you my dog.
Jesus, the mother? Jesus Christ, bro.
I won't cross you out a back door, you about a bit. If you my dog, won't cross you out a back door, you about a hoe. One on route, one on act. I'm that nigga, I fuck them both. Really been chillin', might fuck up the city if my niggas with it. I'm outside, wrist and mouth be glistening, cost a couple digits. Your IG crush be in my DM tryna fuck some. I put my chain around my neck whenever I fuck on him. Yo, bro, a bitch, we use that nigga just for store runs. Come shoot your shot at me, I promise I won't say nothing. You let these hoes play in your face and then it's game over. I'm reppin' D-Block AMP so I can't change on them. Can't stay the same, bro, I got brain while in the Range Rover. Stay in my lane, these niggas lame so they be hating on me. I tell my young niggas to chill so shit won't pop off. Ever since I put on wrist, bitch, I been feeling like a rock star. Baby, you are not my bitch, so I don't give a fuck about your roster. If I'm not who you with, then I don't give a fuck about you. These like a rock star. Baby, you are not my bitch, so I don't give a fuck about your roster. If I'm not who you with, then I don't give a fuck about you. These internet niggas, they won't try me cause they know what's up. You say my name, we do some shit and you gon' know it's us. I call Davo and I call Dre, them niggas get the bussin'. Ain't with that soft shit, tell that bitch we can't hold hands in public. I don't fuck with IG hoes, cause them hoes don't mind they business. They be all up in my likes, my comments, even in my mentions.
That sound like these niggas too. I'm not gonna lie. It literally sound like chat niggas too.
The public is so like, bitch, you gone, ayy. Get off my phone, ayy. Delete my number, bitch, you block, leave me alone. Ay, like, bitch, you gone.
Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, change of pace. Shit. Chris next 9 doors. He always come with some different shit.
Said getting money really is a mindset. I was living up in poverty, nigga, think my mindset. Next door, swear that nigga loading it. Only kids watch your content, you like Nickelodeon.
Ooh!
Mindset, I was living up in poverty, nigga, think my mindset. Next door, swear that nigga loading it. Only kids watch your content, you like Nickelodeon. Niggas pocket watching, so fuck, nigga watch him grow. Got that Cali swag, this shit hit that Dougie in your hoe. Ooh, I can ride off in a new coupe. Vroom, see the envy in your face. A Charlemagne interview, trying to knock me up my balance, why I kept my salad. I'm no DJ Khaled, but I know that God did. Crib with a pool court, scholar view shit. Felt like Clyde's sisters, blessed and highly favorite. Bracer hit a nigga head like a Cardi mosh pit. She an animal, she eat that dick like ostrich. Okay.
Yo, this nigga's actually snapping. Yo, this nigga's actually like going crazy.
Sisters, blessed and highly favorite. Bracer hit a nigga head like a Cardi mosh pit. She an animal, she eat that dick like ostrich. Okay, I've been making plays so long I feel like Greg Pop. Staying on my spurs, don't let the hate get to my head top. That boy got a clock, get my money stressed like with me. I could do anything, I got the low with me. I caught my ex bitch off, now she feel offended. She love me like anime, hoes love Corey Kitchen. Offended, she love me like anime,
hoes like Corey Kitchen. Yo, this nigga is sliding.
She love me like anime, hoes love Corey Kitchen. That's the difference. Even if I had a clone, I'd still be different. Mama said, please don't lose your focus. I got used to pop, I got hurt, now I got purpose. Damn, nigga, please shut the fuck up about my damn knee. You don't get no hoes in your career, you just like AC Green. Hippopotamus was in the mud, now I'm super clean. Now my whole damn life is like a movie scene.
Why he got the best? He literally got the best beats. He got 2 of the best beats. This shit's gas.
Alright, let me chill the fuck out. I think my dad might be watching.
Nah, keep going. Shit. Shit.
It's out. I can't hear that well. I can't hear it.
I'm Davis. Shout out to Davis, bro. Shout out to Davis. Fucking genuine dude. Like, of all the people I've I thought it was Ashy. A little bit. Of all the people I met, like, definitely genuine dude, bro. Too genuine. Same with Chris, though. I mean, they all, but I'm talking about, like, you know, just from conversations we had.
Bitch, I'm the king of the city. I'm at a steakhouse to eat brunch. I'm taking out cause she pretty. They ain't believing the kid from the start, but you know God did it. And you know God, hey, and you know God did it. Hey, I ran it up like I did it. Now I ain't talking down on your shit. Lucky I'm leaving it to
There's so much going on. I'm trying to figure out where to fucking nod in my head. What? Davis, what is this? What is this, man? This wasn't like, I mean, I'm the king of my city. I did it legitly. What happened? Oh my God, the fucking Cardi effect. It's the fucking Cardi effect, man. He's gone opium.
Niggas mad that we trending. I just ran me all 50. 50K in this scar. That's a purse from my mom. No, we can't get along. All you bitches are wrong. Make the whole team rich. Pray my brothers never switch. Pray my brothers never switch.
Okay. Better go again. New beat.
Hey, I've been racking up. See the how I made $1 million in my second month. I see the hate comments, I don't really give a fuck. What a cocked nigga, Elon, where my Cybertruck? just flip it the flow. I'ma just give it and go. Every day, thank God, cause only God will know. I've been getting to it, never satisfied, I need more. They ain't hearing what I'm saying, so I guess I got to show. Wake up in the morning and make it play. Only conflict I'm having is what I'm gonna wear today. I gotta concentrate, gotta get.
I feel that. Hey, yo, chat, if y'all seen me DreamCon, if y'all seen the fist at DreamCon, man, I was sitting there, skeletons on the pants. I was like, damn, how am I gonna kill them on the second and third day? Like, what am I gonna do? I already went crazy. Needless for me to say, I think I fucking snapped every single day, man.
Get my mind straight. I ran it up. Whole team get a plate.
Did a play. I had that motherfucking shit on. Ah, shit. Fanum.
I always gotta eat good, I'm a food enthusiast. This is not an act, baby, I really do this shit. Never told a high point, it's unreliable. I love me a Glock 19 that's gon' fire on you. We got the drop of YOLO, yeah, we had the bad day. 7.62s like Kai, I'm a Senate. I'm a we had the bad day. 7.62s like Kai, I'm a Senate. I'm not tied to the streets, but I keep talking.
Kai's gonna say that shit over and over again.
The bad day. 7.62s like Kai, I'm a Senate. I'm not tied to the streets, but I keep ties to the streets. Walk out the club with my chains on, she wanna ride with me. Throw the shades on when I spit, I think I'm Pluto. Beat a nigga like karate, yeah, I'm talking judo. I never ate at Arby's, I am not Caucasian. I'm black, brown, and proud, and I fuck with blazers.
Wait, hold on. Arby's, curly fries, and mozzarella sticks is fire though. Like, I ain't gonna lie, that shit fire though. I love
Arby's, I am not Caucasian. I'm black, brown, and proud, and I fuck with blazers. But I'm not a racist.
I used to get that shit every day before work, on my lunch break, at my painting job.
I fuck on all races. I wear white ups with denim tits, then I fix my laces. I'm in Tokyo, my chauffeur Japanese. All this money got me speaking that Guapanese. I got a happy ending, shorty on her knees. Cool to sight, that means she saying please.
Yo, was there a vibe? I mean, there is a vibe, but what is this the theme? Is this the theme for this cipher? Is there always a different theme for the ciphers? Cause holy shit.
Damn. And it just makes sense. I only like Benjamin's little nigga. You can keep the sense. Damn. And it just makes sense. My little nigga, he a crash out. He don't got no sense. It just makes sense. Damn. Hey, I know when a nigga fake.
Yeah, y'all seen the video of the dudes on the car with Phantom hanging out the sunroof, and the dude fell on his face. I hope he's all right.
I feel it. I know when she by the night, I can feel it. I only forgot, little nigga, I will never fail you. I pray you get your life together, shit, I dare you. I made a mill off GTA, now I live like Michael.
I made a mill off GTA, now I live like Michael. That's a fucking caption. That's a caption. Rewind if you're gonna keep pausing. I want you to rewind your comment and rewind my dick out your mouth, because you're choking on my fucking pubic hair, bitch. Shut your ass up, nigga.
My niggas only want to shoot, they don't want to fight you. Police get up on my ass and I'ma get to swerving. Why this bitch?
Get that ass banned. What we gonna do is I'ma have your mom reverse cowgirl on my dick, nigga. How about that? Huh? Get that ass banned. Yo. My bad.
Think I'm broke, I won't buy her a Birkin. I know them old niggas mad, they ain't believing me. They see me pop out, they hoes, they wanna be with me. I'm road dog in my bitch, she gon' text me, she late. If you owe me some money, it's cool, just don't be late. Going for a money jog in my big 30s. I hate Twitter people, they wear them niggas all dirty. I'ma go to the moon with this shit called my big 30s. I hate Twitter people, they wear them niggas all dirty. I'ma going for a money jog in my big 30s. I hate Twitter people, they wear them niggas all dirty.
Facts.
I'ma go to the moon with this shit called me Neil Armstrong. I bet 315 real easy, I really think my arm strong. I be doing white lines, I ain't talking cocaine. All that money you getting, they making you less lame. She got a girlfriend looking at me, I think she bisexual. I hate groupie niggas in the club, they try to get right next to you. Yeah, that hot. Hey, free
y'all know chat. That shit's so true though. I'm not gonna lie, that shit's so true. I hate the club. I hate the club, and there's a reason why I don't ever go to the club. And when I went to the club for RDC shit, oh my god, it's literally, I just seen the whole reason why I don't be going to the club, bro. Bitches be looking in sections like, can I get a picture? Bitch, we're at the club. Go fucking dance or some shit, bro. Leave me alone.
Free the inspiration, man. AMP shit, man. Cypher shit, man. Fuck is wrong with y'all niggas?
But just really think about it, okay? I'm not bashing anybody in the club, especially if y'all are like younger. But if you older, if you grown and you still go to the club, like you're dumb. I'm sorry, but you're like a waste of life. You are going to the club just to listen to music louder with strangers and drink. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's what it is. That's literally what it is.
Shit, man, cypher shit, man.
That's exactly what it is. Oh.
Look.
Little Dante.
Same nigga breaking down hoes left and right. Yo, I was counting up in him on a private flight. Yo, all this chrome on my body like a medieval knight. I was fucking up a sack on that purple Sprite. Yeah, all my bitches beneficial, even told a pistol, even blow it like a whistle. Lie to officials. I drip you down in crystals if I know you're real. How you geeking out your body off a pink pill? I caught your line, Tammy, and I fuck with you still. So many.
This beat is fire too. Wait, K-San made this beat too? No? Oh. Damn, that shit was so good. Damn, that shit was so good, bro.
While there's a safety driver behind the wheel, these trucks are operating completely autonomously. They belong to Aurora, a self-driving technology company hoping to launch with no one in the cab by next year.
Today, if you want to take strawberries from California to Dallas, it takes about 3 days. With the Aurora driver, you'll be able to do that in about 24 hours.
Self-driving trucks can see better, they can see further, they're not getting tired, they can operate 24/7.
That means that a truck that could normally do 450 or 500 miles a day could do 1,000 to 1,100 miles a day. That significantly increases the profitability of running that truck.
The introduction of autonomy in trucking could have a major impact on the industry.
Our economy runs on the trucking industry. As the industry says, if you bought it, a truck brought it.
It's a huge ecosystem with over like $1 trillion of spend just in the US.
The pandemic highlighted the importance of supply chain, and demand has only continued to climb.
Goods movement probably doubled over the last 3 years, and the whole industry has been sort of racing to have enough capacity.
CNBC went behind the scenes with Aurora to see its self-driving operation in Texas.
We've driven right around about 500,000 miles, pulling loads for customers. I think we're over 1,800 trailers delivered.
It has been a challenging road for self-driving trucks, with several startups throwing in the towel. The technology
With us just being a couple weeks away from the iPhone for some new blood here. Hey, speaking of things absolutely going to be up to $1,299. It could be $1,300 for the Pro Max. There could be up to a $200 price increase there. And I don't know about you guys, but things seem to be getting out of control relatively quickly. Really, all of this brings me back to 2017 when Apple was about to release the iPhone 10, and we started hearing the same thing. The iPhone wasn't going to start at $600 or $700. Apple was going to potentially go up to $1,000 for the first time ever, which nobody could believe. And then the iPhone 10 came out, it was $1,000, and it sold really well, and the Pro models continue to outsell the regular models, and I think Apple is just ready to test the bounds. Now, is the iPhone 15 Pro not going to be worth $1,100? I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying I don't like that we have to pay more. That seems silly, and it should stay the same price forever. Now, to be fair here, Apple has been actually raising prices outside of the United States for years. It's just our turn this year, and I feel you guys, it's been rough. I know in some countries, the iPhone costs like almost twice what it would cost to buy in the United States because of Apple's pricing matrix. Just know that the base price in Apple's US market, which is their home turf, it's finally going to be going up this year, which isn't great. Now, something else for the pros is there were a ton of headlines recently about big delays for the 15. A few days back, essentially overnight, a ton of people started saying that Apple has run into production issues and that this is going to cause a somewhat serious delay to the point where Apple is going to separate the iPhone 15 launch from the iPhone 15 Pro launch, essentially postulating that the 15s will come out in September, but the iPhone 15 Pro models, the most exciting ones, those aren't launching until early October. And I read this, and I've read every article on this topic in detail, by the way. It doesn't add up to me. I completely disagree with these articles, and I 100% expect the iPhone 15 and 15 Pro to go on sale at the same time, and I do believe this will be happening in September. If you actually look into what the source of these production issues apparently was, it's that Apple was having a hard time with the thin bezels on the Pros. It's a new type of technology that Apple first debuted on the Apple Watch Series 7, and it was a little tricky, as they want to be the ones that called the iPhone delay. Yeah, iPhone delay, great headline, but no actual evidence at this point that suggests that's going to be the case. Now, when are these phones getting unveiled? iPhone 15, we know it's early September. According to 9to5Mac, the official event date is going to be Wednesday, September 13th this year. All of that sounds really spot on to me. It's par for the course for what Apple always does. And again, I just think it confirms that there aren't going to be any delays. Now, let's talk about some great news for the rest of this video. I wanted to kind of do a little sandwich, like good news, not more prices news, and then really great stuff. Batteries. The batteries on the iPhone 15s, thanks to the A17 chip and increased capacities, are going to be bananas. And now we have some new information according to RG Cloud S over on X, who tells us that Apple is apparently using a new type of stacked battery technology on the iPhone 15, which will allow for greater energy density inside the phones. Essentially, this would explain how we've heard rumored capacity increases of 10% plus on every model across the board. Those are insane increases, and the stacked battery tech is apparently how it's happening. But it's not just energy density that the stacked battery technology offers, it's also better heat management, so it's not going to make your phone as hot, especially while charging or draining the battery, and it sounds like we could finally get a major jump, almost a doubling of iPhone charging speeds, which historically have been pretty slow compared to others. This same user says we're apparently going to be getting 40-watt wired charging and 20-watt MagSafe. The wired is essentially double the 20 watts we're promised now, and the MagSafe is 5 additional watts. It's capped at 15. These would be huge improvements for charging on the iPhone. Now, they do have a caveat. They say they're not entirely sure if it's the iPhone 15. It could actually be the 16. But again, combining this with the rumored battery increases, it seems to line up pretty well. It sounds like all of this is happening this year, and actually please make it happen this year. I can't take the battery of the iPhone 14 Pro anymore. This is probably the worst battery life I've gotten on an iPhone since the iPhone 7, and we all remember how those days were. Please make it better. Please, please, please. All right, let's close out with cameras. I know there's some of you out there like myself that do not like the Pro Max size. You find the phone's too big, and you've been very sad that the periscope zoom lens that allows you to go 5 or 6x optically is going to be limited to the Pro Max only. And I'm sorry to tell you that it is just 100,000,000% confirmed. Mark Gurman and others have now hopped on saying that Apple is doing this, but it's not going to be on the 6.1-inch Pro. It's only going to be on the 6.7-inch Pro Max, which is pretty sad. Yeah, it's pretty heartbreaking, and honestly, I'm not really in the mood to talk about it. Let's move on to some other good stuff, like the fact that the aperture is increasing. It's currently f/1.79. That is going down to f/1.7, which is going to allow just a little bit more light into the sensor, improving low light and the quality of most of your photos. This is apparently made possible by a new hybrid glass and plastic lens design that Apple's going to be employing for the first time, and we know that the same 48 megapixel sensor will be staying on the Pros, but the standard iPhone 15s are getting that same sensor with a small asterisk. At first, it was really exciting because we thought it would be the exact same 48 megapixel sensor. Apparently, it's going to be cropped a little bit and will not be the exact same resolution and just not as good as the Pros, which is a little bit sad to hear. It's still going to be a huge, probably the biggest photo upgrade for the standard models in like 5 or 6 years. However, there's a reason Apple's doing it. They want the Pros to be the best cameras. That is still going to be the case in 2023. And this alongside everything else we're hearing for the standard 15 and 15 Plus, I just want to close by saying these are going to be in insane value this year. For $800, you're getting a new design with frosted back glass, USB-C, a new dynamic island on the front of the phone, fresh colors, and you're getting major camera upgrades. Apple is legitimately pouring more attention into the standard iPhone 15s this year than they have done for the past 3 years on the standard models. So yeah, the Pros are the most exciting. These standard models are not to be slept on, all right? Do not sleep on them. That's all for this video. I could not have done it without the help of my boy Shay over at Concept Central. He is the most talented 3D designer in the entire universe.
I now have
a little over a month ago, and that was the exact time in which I actually got to personally sit down and try it out for around 30 to 40 minutes. I made an initial video, kind of going over my experience, but I was kind of in shock about the whole experience, and so I'll try to go over quickly my experience again, and also we'll highlight some of the new information that's come out about the headset over the last month, and I'll try to answer any new questions that might have come up again over the last month. Now, one of the latest bits of information is that Apple has been forced to make some drastic cuts to production due to the complexity of the design and difficulties in production with the whole headset in general. Now, Apple has said to have been unhappy with the productivity of manufacturing partners that are tasked with supplying the two micro OLED displays for the wearer's eyes and the outward-facing curved lenticular lens. Now, the micro OLED displays were reportedly supplied by Sony and TSMC for the prototypes, but it's not known who is supplying them at the larger scale. Now, as a result of production challenges, Apple is preparing to make fewer than 400,000 units in 2024, meaning if you're trying to be one of the first people to reserve the new headset, you're going to need to be very, very quick. We do know that the initial launch will be US only, but we also got a little bit more information that Apple is apparently planning the United Kingdom and Canada as two of the first international markets to get the mixed reality headset by the end of 2024, according to Bloomberg's Mark Gurman. And Gurman also said that Apple is looking at bringing the Vision Pro to Europe and Asia soon after, with Apple engineers working to localize the device for France, Germany, Australia, China, Hong Kong, Japan, and Korea. And if and when you do finally get your hands on one, and if you plan to take it on a plane, there seems to be a new hidden feature that's been uncovered in the Vision OS beta that went live a few weeks ago for developers, and that feature is called Travel Mode, which is specifically aimed at enhancing user experience while on board an airplane, which is just an A in my book because that's the only other way I can envision myself using a Vision Pro outside of the comfort of my own home. Also, there are new reports from Mark Gurman that suggest Apple is planning to have the headset be a purchase by appointment only basis, which makes a lot of sense because you do actually need to get a few things set up, and it's kind of more of a tailored fit for every user type deal and not like a one size fits all. And it's if you require prescription lenses, well then that's a whole new ball game that I didn't quite get a whole lot of info on how that process is going to work. But you're going to need to get a few scans done. And just to kind of recap my experience that I had last month, I did have a Face ID type scan done on an iPhone as well as a spatial audio test. And I do not wear glasses or contacts, so I was just kind of good to move on with my demo. And my demo was an incredible experience. The software, the hardware, it all felt unlike any other AR VR headset that I have ever tried. The demo features that Apple chose for us to test were really, really solid, and I'm anticipating those features to get even better between now and the 6 to 10 months that we have until the device is actually gonna get released. Plus, I didn't even get to see what third-party developers could do with their own apps on Apple Vision Pro, and so that'll be a whole other interesting piece to the puzzle and the way that we use the headset. And while I really enjoyed the 3D photos and videos that were taken on the Vision Pro, that was kind of one of my favorite demos. Again, that was that whole thing. A lot of people were laughing at my comment about me being at this birthday party. You know, it's filmed with those cameras that are on the Apple Vision Pro, and you're at the birthday party and you kind of feel like you're a part of that family. And when the candles were blown out, the smoke came at you and it just felt like a surreal experience. And that is something that I really think is going to be a huge selling point for some people, but only, in my opinion, if you can kind of take those same quality videos with your phone. So the next generation iPhone is going to need to get that camera technology because it's so much more inconspicuous to be able to take your phone out at a birthday party and film people singing happy birthday, opening up the presents, all of that. That's going to be something that you would feel more comfortable just taking out your phone like you do already and filming those special moments. And you don't feel like you have this giant headset and then you all of a sudden become the center of attention when maybe that's not the case for the actual moment that you're trying to capture. Or maybe you're out camping and you're taking a look at a historical landmark that's crazy. You don't want to wear that thing on your head. But if your iPhone had that same camera technology that could take those 3D photos and videos, well, that's a whole, or the spatial photos and videos, whatever Apple is going to call that feature, that's a whole different ballgame and something that I think a lot of people are going to be more inclined to pick up pick up a headset for, because then you can relive those moments in the comfort of your own home. Or if FaceTime gets that feature, maybe you have an older relative at home that couldn't make it to a birthday party. Maybe somebody was sick, but they really want to be there with their family, or at least feel like they're there with their family. If I'm filming, set up my phone maybe on a stand, and I've got the whole, birthday being filmed, and that person's at their house wearing an Apple Vision Pro, then that just makes way more sense to me, as opposed to me having to walk around with this thing on my head while my son or daughter is opening up their presents and we're singing happy birthday. I just think it really takes away from that moment if someone has to wear that the whole time. I also enjoyed the really quick demo of getting to work with some of the apps and browsing the web and using Safari. And again, the eye tracking and the pinching gestures and all of that were really intuitive. And getting to have 3 to 4 giant windows is like carrying around 3 giant studio displays with you at all times. And you just don't have that capability right now. And it could perhaps maybe replace some larger external monitors for some people in the future moving forward with the headset and, using your Mac and using the headset and getting work done. Now, watching content was also a really good experience, and I think that's the way a lot of people are obviously going to use this device at most from right off the bat when you get this headset. But a lot of shows are also being specifically filmed for this headset, and so the experience should only get better. And that's also the other biggest area that Apple will be putting a lot of emphasis in, and rightfully so. There were some experiences like the dinosaur thing that I explained earlier, where like a hole opens in the wall and it like a dinosaur comes at you and sniffs around you, and it did feel pretty realistic. They had me stick my finger out and a butterfly landed on my finger and it went with me whenever I moved my hand. That stuff was cool, but that's not stuff that we're going to be doing, in my opinion, all the time. Maybe your kids will do it here and there, and if games and things and other third-party apps are taking advantage of that experience, then that's a different story. But like, that's not a demo that I'm going to revisit more than once. But watching sports and watching, movies and Apple TV Plus shows, some of the experiences that I had from that regard was so much better. And that is the thing that I want Apple to really, really dive into, because it can make the headset such a selling point for some people. Now, with that said, it wasn't all great right off the bat. I mean, the fit was a bit of an issue for me, but I do want to preface again by saying they had limited units available and all of the custom inserts were not present, so it can't fit everyone's face perfectly. We kind of had to just work with what we had, and the headset was slightly heavier than I was anticipating, and probably the reason for the like slight droop down that I had. I really had to use that modular overhead piece, and I had to tighten that thing quite a bit. But after I did that, it was really necessary for me to get a good fit. And so when I did get a good fit, I could see the crystal clear OLED displays that Apple was hyping up and just how great the experience is compared to some of the other headsets. But again, fit is important. If it starts to get away from your face a little bit, or if it starts to droop down, then it starts to have that haze effect that you don't really want. But it took me a bit. I was adjusting it, but after I got it perfectly set, my experience was, again, unlike any other headset that I have tried. And so that was, again, my experience from the 30 to 40 minutes of using Apple Vision Pro that I had last month at WWDC. I am looking forward to trying it again. It's like kind of getting a taste of something, and then you experienced it, and it was really, really good. You just want to do it again. But of course, I'm going to have to wait like the rest of you. But hopefully this answers some of the more, questions that have popped up over the last month that you might have had. If it didn't, please leave a comment down below. If you look at the last video, I was very active in answering other people's questions if I forgot something. Or you can hit me up on Twitter. Instagram Threads is a new thing now. You can hit me up there if you want to. But yeah, reach out and I will do my best to answer all of your questions. This has been Dan with Mac Rumors. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope to see you around in the next video.
Today we're gonna talk about a game that our generation is never going to see. Can you take a guess? Like this video, subscribe if you're brand new. Let's go for maybe 6 likes on the video.
Bruh.
And apparently Lucia Bunda ended up leaking out once again. Wait, what?
GTA 6 map with many interesting locations was dropped by one of the data miners, but there are many
and I'm not sure if that map is gonna be big enough for that Lucia Bunda brand.
more topics we're going to cover today. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. Well, first off, it looks like milking GTA Online was worth it for Rockstar and Take-Two. According to Dexerto, GTA publisher Take-Two is doubling their CEO and president.
Dog, I covered this not long ago, and like these suckers, these twats, bruh, I can go to China right now. I can buy the entire Take-Two and release GTA 6 at the same time for 2 ones. These suckers, not only they double the microtransactions, instead of doubling the quality of their game, they double the microtransactions, quadrupled even, and now they increase the CEOs and president pay to $72 million. Can a brother get like 72 pennies or something like that?
President's pay to $72 million due to increased microtransactions, which is over twice the amount from 2022. I mean, there's nothing weird in that. Take-Two is one of the largest
What? Nothing weird in that. It's 72 million, bro. It's not 72 ones. Dog, this guy, I'm telling you, this bozo, he probably got 100 million in GTA Online, I think.
Publishers in the gaming industry. They own IPs like GTA, NBA 2K, and many more. But we all know GTA Online is the most important game, bringing record-breaking numbers with each quarterly earnings report. GTA 5 has sold over 180 million units, and its online mode is undoubtedly the most important income source. With each update, millions of players are continuing to spend money on microtransactions, and that's—
Stud Muffins, we gotta have an emergency meeting immediately. Who do you blame in this situation? Do you blame Rockstar for creating those microtransactions, or do you blame the players purchasing microtransactions, or do you blame yourself? Oh shit! I wanna know, man. I wanna know.
what gave CEO Strauss Zelnick and President Karl Sladoff over $72 million of salaries this year. There's also a new Telegram coming to Red Dead Online later this month. Telegram—
Guys, Telegram, this gives me PTSD though, right? Like, because you guys remember, and it still happens, I'm not entirely sure, but I have like blocked those words because let's be real, you know those Telegram giveaway fake scam bots in the YouTube comment section? Yo, that Lucia Bunda was massive in that trailer though. Bruh. Let's be real, but let's not get sidetracked by that. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, these scam bots in the YouTube comment section, they always try to get your attention with Telegram. They always tell you to be on Telegram, so I don't trust Telegram, bro.
Programs are something like creator jobs in GTA Online, like death matches, races, missions, etc. Rockstar said on their newswire, look for a new telegram from Jay later this month.
Man.
There's word of some new cases requiring an outlaw's steady aim on their horizon. Maybe we're gonna get some new hints regarding the
Hopefully they don't say, look for the 100 million on Telegram.
Red Dead Redemption Remaster reveal. Going further, we already talked many times about the GTA 6 map, the locations and stuff, but I found some very interesting analysis. So check this out. Here's how the progress of drawing the map basing on September leaks looked like. And yeah, we've already seen a lot of concepts based on this map, but someone actually made a map with pictures of locations that we're gonna see in Vice City.
True genius. Everybody clap it up, man. I love to see that, bro. The community is putting in more work right now than Rockstar Games. Dog, just reveal the game. Can my brown ass get to see the game release immediately? As a brown man, I demand for GTA 6 gameplay to be released immediately.
In GTA 6. As you can see, there's a lot of various places, but let's get a closer look. We've got some building inspired by NASA. Of course, a lot of hotels and towers, because obviously it's all based on Miami. The more I look at these concepts, the more I'm excited to see all these places. I can't wait to see the raceway location in-game. And also, I really hope all these—
Bro, I just cannot wait to fly a plane in GTA 6 though. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just picture this, right? You got 4K graphics, hopefully 60 FPS, hopefully not 30 FPS, because these suckers, you do not know, maybe they're gonna make GTA 6 be 30 FPS on PS5. Bruh. And because we are hearing we're also gonna be getting PS5 Pro by the end of next year. These leaks are going around very heavily right now, so you do not know, right? I just hope it's 60 FPS, but I just cannot wait to fly planes in this game. What is that one thing that you are really that you really hope to see? I know that Bunda is fat, but guys, focus. We must stay focused, my brothers.
These buildings are going to be enterable. Rockstar, please don't screw it up this time. But while most of us are waiting for the GTA 6 reveal, there are 2 other Rockstar franchises that many people want to make a comeback. First of them is Bully. It was released way back in October 2006. I've
Yo, you guys down for Bully? 1 if yes, 2 if not.
heard quite a bit about it, but I never got the chance to play it myself.
Yeah,
From what I
same.
know after I googled it, Bully is set in a fictional boarding school called Bulworth Academy. The main character...
Yeah, I'd say if this game comes out in this day and age, bro, the game, first of all, it's gonna get canceled. Let's be real. They indeed already canned it, which means that they were working on it at one point. That's what we heard from the ex-Rockstar employees when they talked with Game Informer, and that happened like a year ago at this point. I personally do not see Bully 2 happening though.
Character is a young troublemaker named Jimmy Hopkins, who gets expelled from various schools and ends up at Bulworth. The game follows his experiences and misadventures as he navigates through the social hierarchy of the school. Now, do you think it's worth playing this game for the first time after 17 years? I'm not gonna lie, I feel bad that I've never played it. Despite its success, Bully never received a sequel. Rumors have swirled around the possibility of Bully 2 for years. With
I don't think it's gonna happen, because if it happens, it's gonna get canceled by the cancel culture in this day and age. Like everybody, I would be shocked. I would be surprised if Lucius Bunda does not get nerfed, because let's be real, with all them ESG scores that's happening, with that they-them situation, bro, I would be surprised if her gender does not get changed, because these suckers, these twats about to change her gender, let's be real.
Alleged leaks and hints from Rockstar employees adding fuel to the fire. However, as of now, there has been no official confirmation from Rockstar Games about a sequel. The demand for Bully 2 is high, with fans hoping to revisit the unique world of Bulworth Academy, perhaps with a new protagonist and an updated game engine. But there's one more game that was way more interesting for me back then, Midnight Club.
If Bully 2 were to happen, it would not be there wouldn't be a new protagonist, there would be a new protagonistee. You know what I'm saying?
Even though now Rockstar is mostly known for Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption, the studio has also been successful in the realm of racing games. The franchise is known for its fast-paced arcade...
Holy! Okay. Yeah, I totally forgot. Midnight Club, and people, Stud Muffins, we gotta have an emergency meeting immediately. Run, quick. 1, if you would love to see Midnight Club. 2, if you don't want to see. I personally really want to see LNR 2 though. You know, right after we get GTA 6, yo, drop LNR 2, drop Midnight Club, right? I know some of you will be like, yo, Skizzle, Red Dead Redemption 3, Bully 2. And there was also leaks and rumors about that medieval game. Whatever happened to that? I'm not sure whatever happened. Like, I don't even know if that game is ever gonna come out. We need new games from Rockstar too. After GTA 6, bro, I'm down for anything new.
Arcade-style racing, customizable vehicles, and open-world environments. The last entry in the series, Midnight Club Los Angeles, was released in 2008. Since then, the franchise has been on an indefinite hiatus. But this year...
God, this looks way better than the Fast and Furious game that we had, I believe in 2021 or 2022 or something like that?
CEO Strauss Zelnick has already said that Take-Two expects record-breaking profits in fiscal year 2025, and it most likely includes the GTA 6 release. But he also said about the plans to release 2 remasters by March next year.
Okay, one of them gots to be the Red Dead Redemption Remastered Defective Edition, because we are hearing rumors about it. But what about GTA 4 Remaster? I know that was supposed to happen too, but those sons of female dogs, they actually said we are canning that project, and the only reason it happened was because of GTA Trilogy, the Defective Edition. The reception wasn't the best, and people just started throwing potatoes at them, started throwing tomatoes, and people were kind of mad. Low-key, they were looking like this, and that was me too, man. That was me too. So that's basically one of the main reasons why GTA 4 Remaster was canned, and that kind of makes me believe that that game was just not ready. It was probably gonna be a defective edition, so they're like, okay, let's delay it. And right now I do believe that GTA 4 Remaster is probably gonna happen after we have GTA 6, and that's perfectly fine. Or maybe it's gonna happen till next year. Oh shit! Because they say 2, right?
Both of them weren't confirmed, but besides the Red Dead Redemption Remaster, which I'm pretty sure is going to be revealed soon, there's something else coming. So maybe it's the Bully or Midnight Club Remaster. I truly hope so. But getting...
personally, I hope for a Midnight Club.
Bruh.
I know some of the Bully 2 homie will start like, guys, come on, man, I'm just dropping an opinion, okay? I swear, I promise, I promise, it's just an opinion. I'm not saying that they should or should not. It's just a want, it's just a need. But Bully 2 or Midnight Club, Which one? If you could pick one, I would go with L.A. Noire 2 or L.A. Noire Remaster personally. Then I would say Midnight, and then I would not say Bully, but it can happen. Come on, man. Like, but first GTA 6 though.
Back to GTA 6, there's a huge info about the vehicle sounds and the police cars in the upcoming game. One of the Redditors on a GTA 6
From the GTA 6 gameplay trailer officially being leaked to characters confirmed and what they look like upcoming alongside a It's important to note about the characters as they're already revealed in terms of our first look at their identities and who's actually going to be voice acting them. Of course, the single player characters are a big pull factor to the game, like Franklin, Michael and Trevor from GTA 5 that's the current GTA, nearly a decade old already. This chick's literally holding an iPhone 4 remake on the cover art, so that's how you know it's kind of getting old. Either way, the first GTA protagonist, again from GTA trailer countdown over on Twitter, the first female character in the series, as you can see, she's Hispanic, her name is Lucia, inspired by Bonnie, a notorious bank robber during the early 1930s, like, you know, the saying Bonnie and Clyde, and she's voiced by this voice actor called Alexandra, which I'm not going to pronounce the last name, I'll get it wrong. The second protagonist that we know about, as I'm guessing we're getting 3, so potentially this makes up 2/3, is called Jason, inspired by Clyde, you know, the partner of Bonnie and Clyde again, who are known as the most infamous criminal couple in American history. As we briefly spoke about GTA 5 literally becoming a decade old in around September of 2023, of course, that then means that this GTA 6 that's being worked on right now reportedly will cost $2 billion and has been in development since 2014, the year after GTA 5's release. This makes it the most expensive entertainment product of all time, as Rockstar is determined to set a new standard in the industry, which honestly is needed right now with how underwhelming the Red Dead Redemption 2 multiplayer was, despite the campaign literally being one of the greatest of all time in video game history. And just before we dive into the first official issued gameplay by Rockstar, of course, for those that didn't see a while ago, there was a kid that actually leaked a ton of GTA 6 gameplay in alpha form. Well, supposedly this kid, who literally leaked 90 clips last year, will reportedly not be found guilty due to not being mentally fit for trial, serving no prison time. Here are some screenshots of what the gameplay looks like from what was leaked from the clips, as we can't, for copyright issues and for legal issues, put the actual gameplay on screen and show everybody across the internet. This was literally so huge that Rockstar themselves had to address it, and as you can see, the trailer countdown for GTA 6 over on Twitter, guilty due to not being mentally fit for trial, serving no prison time. Here are some screenshots of what the gameplay looks like from what was leaked from the clips, as we can't, for copyright issues and for legal issues, put the actual gameplay on screen and show everybody across the internet. This was literally so huge that Rockstar themselves had to address it, and as you can see, the trailer countdown for GTA 6 over on Twitter stated 300 days ago on July 15th, an hour of GTA 6 footage was leaked, and Rockstar's response became the most liked tweet of all time in gaming history. Of course, the best part about this stated also is it assured fans that the leak won't delay the development process, meaning, of course, it's not going to be pushed back even further more years because they're going to be changing things. I assume what's taken Rockstar literally nearly a decade of development to actually, you know, get this game ready and prepare it is not only the interactive features but the graphics they're constantly having to upgrade, as they started this literally when the Xbox 360 and PS3 were the recent consoles, but then we obviously went through the PS4 and Xbox One cycle, and now we even have the PS5 and Xbox Series X, I believe. Despite not every building or house being interactable in GTA 5, with the map being huge and obviously, you know, put a lot of detail into, taking inspiration from real life locations, and speaking of that, specifically brands that are actually recreated directly or rip-offs in the GTA universe, as you're seeing on screen right now. All of the brands side by side looking very similar to the real life ones. 2 particular lists, as you can see right here. I didn't even know all of these existed within the GTA universe, but let me know down below in the comments if you did, and what you're expecting to see other parodies of in GTA 6 itself. From saying that, here's a second list right now. Feel free to pause the video and get a good look at all of these comparisons, because things like this, content content that actually surprises me, is the most interesting, especially when it comes to some of the world's most mainstream brands. Perhaps you haven't been playing GTA in a while and of course are interested primarily about the new installment of the game, so yeah, all of these literally exist in GTA 5. Speaking of screenshots, of course, right here we have a ton of concept artwork that people are already creating as to what the cover will look like, you know, the hard copy. I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely going to be buying the hard copy simply for the artwork in itself, having a physical copy instead of, you know, digitally downloading the game, which is the way the world seems to be going right now in terms of playing games. With context in mind, the characters, you know, Lucia and also Jason being involved in these are the best I could find in concept form across the internet. As for GTA 5 nearly becoming a decade old, though, the decade-old mark has already come around for when their first Rockstar revealed GTA 5's first gameplay trailer. On July 9th this was. You're seeing it in the background right now, and I'm just wanting to put this here to actually, you know, compare the difference of when we get not only the first official look at GTA 6 from Rockstar, as we have that to show in just a second, but the actual first gameplay trailer showing off all the new features and mechanics that obviously we can't use in GTA 5 right now, innovated off of in this newest installment. Speaking of features that we can use on the brand new map as a whole, whether it be online or single player, speaking of the map, as you can see on screen, it was actually confirmed for those that don't know that GTA 6 will not only have a brand new map, of course, that's really bigger than the last one, but it will reportedly feature an ever-growing, evolving map as Rockstar plans to update the game over time, adding new cities on a regular basis, with Vice City being the main setting. This is the popular thing to do right now, release a game and then constantly keep bringing big seasonal updates like we see with Call of Duty and Fortnite specifically, where literally we go through map changes from season to season and each chapter we change the island. And just before we show a very cool realistic looking concept trailer for GTA 6 made by this guy on screen right now. Of course, as you can see in today's thumbnail, this is the first official gameplay look released by Rockstar that wasn't actually leaked from that kid who leaked 90 clips, and as you can see, GTA trailer countdown stated, this is GTA 6's first and only official in-game screenshot teased by Rockstar Games, featuring a tropical house in Miami, Florida, which, to be honest, with this garage and stuff, does it remind anybody else of Walter White's house in Breaking Bad? I'm just saying, maybe we can actually, you know, have a meme of throwing the pizza on the roof like he did. Supposedly this was discovered in the definitive edition of San Andreas as a new picture that wasn't featured in the original game or any previous title. As you can see by this post from IGN, GTA 6 fans think Rockstar snuck a first screenshot into GTA Trilogy. A simple picture of a house or a complex marketing plan, you decide. A single image of a house in the remastered version of GTA San Andreas has sparked fan speculation that is, in fact, the first screenshot of Grand Theft Auto 6. What do you guys think about that? Is this the first official look from Rockstar at GTA 6, and specifically could even be a screenshot from the actual first trailer we're going to be getting a look at revealed by them as a developer? Either way, now with all that context in mind about the game before it releases, make sure to watch this trailer in full as it's absolutely crazy, and before you leave today, slap a like in today's video, subscribe with all notifications on so you don't miss any new leaks, but without any further ado, let's roll that trailer.
They say this is the land of sand and sunshine.
More like the land of savagery and sin. Well, if this is the city of dreams, I'm a big dreamer.
Vice City. What a proper name, huh?
'Cause you're addicted to this place?
Maybe. It's a love and hate situation.
Sometimes you drive me crazy. You know that.
I know, but I like when you get mad. I could follow you anywhere.
You're the only thing holding me together in this place.
If I were given another chance, I would do things differently.
Yeah, but things don't always come out as planned. But we're not done yet.
Oh, hell no. You and me, we're just getting started. So, what's next?
Just drive into the sunset.
In a state nearby, in a state nearby, in a state nearby, in a state nearby.
Someone has just leaked gameplay footage of GTA 6. Seriously, no joke, anonymous leakers have shown off a development build of the game that was obviously not meant to be shown off to the public. Across 90 separate videos, it shows off character interactions, one of the main characters stealing from a restaurant at gunpoint, a car chase scene, nightclub environments, and more. We can't show you actual full footage since Take-Two Interactive has been copyright striking any videos of GTA 6 that are surfacing on YouTube. We'll leave a link where you can safely watch all the footage in the comments of this video. This is the first time a GTA game has had pre-alpha gameplay be leaked before. The footage shown off also ranges from about a year old to as recent as last week, and considering the game isn't supposed to come out for another couple of years, this is definitely an extremely early build of GTA 6. For more GTA 6 news, be sure to follow Bovine Clips. Someone has just leaked gameplay footage of GTA 6. Seriously, no joke.
Hello and welcome to This Is. Austin is just wrong.
I'm not wrong.
He's like, I want to talk about this, and I'm like, I think you're wrong completely.
It's a lukewarm take at best because it's just going to happen. We're just telling you the news a couple months early.
It's hot, that's a hot take. It's one that I have because, I mean, look at me. Let me hear your wrongness.
Okay, there have been some developments in the world of the PlayStation 5 recently. So not only was there that Q handheld guy that got leaked last week, but probably more importantly, there's been some updates with the PS5. So first and foremost, today, as we're recording this video, so a couple days ago when you're watching this, there have been a couple of updates on the actual pricing of the PS5. So it's seen its first proper sale. It's not everywhere and it's not in the US, but a lot of countries it has seen a fairly substantial cut, although it is also roughly what they had raised the price by.
Yeah, and a lot of that was like because of VATs and tariffs and
hey,
blah,
get
blah.
your VATs out of here.
Yeah.
So, first step of this thing is that the PS5, bottom line, starting to go on sale. They have also announced that they've sold 40 million PS5s, so clearly a massive amount of these things. But on top of that, one of the things that really caught my eye is that Digital Foundry saw that on, I believe, UK Amazon, they've now changed the name of the PS5. And now they call it the quote-unquote standard edition, almost as if there was a slim model coming soon.
Because of all the Activision merger stuff with Xbox, Xbox thinks there's a PS5
Yeah, they straight up said like, oh yeah, it's coming.
Like, yeah, it's coming. I personally do not think there's a Slim coming.
Like ever or this year?
I don't like, on the one hand, they've done a Slim so many times. You've done multiple videos on your channel. They've already shrunk the innards of the current model twice.
Yeah. So basically the original PS5 1000 came out. Then in 2021, the PS5 1100 came out, where they basically just shrunk the heatsink. Then there's in 2022, the PS5 1200, which was a much more substantial upgrade. And it actually was a real upgrade. Even though from the outside it looked the exact same, still has the same compatibility with the side panels and the shells and all that kind of stuff. But on the inside, it not only had a 6nm chip, which was a little bit more power efficient, and again, a significantly smaller heatsink, and importantly, also a much smaller motherboard. I said last year, and I stand by it, that if Sony wanted to, they can make a PS5 Slim today with the existing PS5 1200 motherboard because it is so much smaller than the launch. The heatsink is so much smaller. But the rumors now are that the next version, whether they call it the 1300, the Slim, whatever, is going to have an even smaller motherboard. And importantly, it will also be using a 5nm chip. When they upgrade to 5nm, that's a full step forward, which will mean that, in my opinion, they actually can legitimately knock off like, 30, 40 watts or whatever off of the TDP, shrink everything down. That's going to be a much more substantial upgrade than what we saw going from the original to the 1200.
Since they've already done this twice already, if they were going to do it, they would have already done it. We are 3 years into the life cycle.
Which is when they did the PS5 Slim, or sorry, PS4 Slim.
People just started getting their hands on consoles in the last year. It wasn't until about this year that happened.
Agreed.
So like them slimming down the thing and then bringing it and then selling it for the same price, they're making more money on it as they are selling the units as is.
I do understand that they do have obviously the side panels, which they probably want to keep some kind of compatibility with. There are also all of these special editions that are out now. So like, I get that for all they want to do, they could just shrink the board and everything inside and just pass 0 savings on to you, and then they can save $20 or whatever on each unit.
I'm glad you bring up the special edition. Your main argument is that they Amazon changed the listing to
part of my argument.
PlayStation,
a portion of my argument.
PlayStation 5 standard. I interpret that as, for the first time, we now have special editions of the PS5. So we have the Spider-Man special edition, and we also have the LeBron James special edition. I just choose to interpret that as not like, oh, they're gearing up to release a whole new console, and just saying this is the standard version of a PlayStation, not a special edition. To me, that just seems like a way for Amazon to just have like, okay, we're making sure no one's confused with doing that.
Are you trying to say that invalidates the idea of a PS5 Slim coming?
No.
You just don't think that that's the smoking gun that I kind of think.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So
I
like,
will give you that.
And I like at this point, so like we're 3 years into the life cycle, like you said. I just think like, with how slow of a start this generation had of getting things into hands, getting the process going. If we get a Slim, I think it's going to be near the end of the life cycle. Like 5-6 years. I think a PS5 Pro is going to come way before a Slim comes. Let's just look at like the Japanese gaming culture of decision making. If it's not broke, they don't fix it. Right now, we're having the most sales we've ever had with the PlayStation 5.
No, but here's the thing. Slim consoles don't exist to sell more consoles. Slim consoles exist because when consoles first come out, they're expensive to manufacture. They've got all this cutting edge tech. After a few years, it's cheaper, but more importantly, it's way cheaper for the actual companies.
Why would they care about that? They've already done that. They've already cut down the costs on their end. Again, they're buying them more than they ever have when it's the most expensive it's ever been, and it's the cheapest that Sony has ever made it for. So what incentive is there for Sony to then release now a console that is cheaper for the consumer? I'm being pessimistic on that.
No. There is a real spoiler here, which is what the Xbox team are doing. So there have been some leaked sales data showing that the X and Series S are still about like half as many sales as the PS5. Theoretically, according to our buddy Phil Spencer, it seems like they're not really talking too much about doing additional versions of the X and the S.
Well, no, because they kind of said like our Slim version would have been the S, which I'm fine with.
And like, it's interesting to think about the Xbox this generation being the Series S, and the X is the Pro version of that, which I think is maybe a little bit of retconning of what happened versus what is going forward. But regardless, Microsoft have had 2 consoles on sale for 3 years. And while there is a new version of the Series S coming later this year, it's a quite small difference. It's got 1 terabyte storage, and it's $50 more expensive. I do actually agree in theory with you that Sony doesn't have the incentive, because typically it's always, Microsoft versus Sony, they're trying to fight. But it seems pretty clear to me, at least from the outside, that the Xbox team are probably not in any big rush to bring out new hardware. I still think that we're probably going to see some revisions of the S and the X, but it doesn't seem like it's particularly imminent. Whereas there have been non-stop rumors from Sony that they are going to be revising the PS5. I guess the real question here is that as they continue to develop the PS5, are they going to properly bring out a slim console that is going to have a different physical design? Maybe they keep the same sort of overall sort of footprint, but they just shrink the actual height. But regardless, some new version of the PS5 is certainly going to continue to come out. And then the real question is going to be, is the PS5 Pro an actual real thing? Is that going to be a thing that has like a removable disk drive and stuff? Like, what exactly is Sony doing?
I just think us seeing a physical drive on any Sony console is just gone. If they come out with a Slim, if they come out with a Pro, whatever, I just don't think either of those are going to have a disk drive. They're going to have this disk drive that they want to sell you.
Yeah.
They're just going to say, here's the Pro, it's one price. Yep. You want discs? Here's your accessory, and I think it's going to be like $200.
I would hope that they price it around the same price. So
I don't know why they would, because again, like they've jacked up the price on every one of their accessories.
I just want to be really clear on where we're at right now. So prices are actually coming down for the first time instead of going up. We're also seeing heavy rumors that there's going to be some kind of upgraded motherboard and SoC and everything, which may or may not land in either a physically different console that has a disc drive or not, or if they want to be lazy, they could just throw this in the existing PS5 chassis, just like they did with the PS5 1200. So right now in the US, if you want to buy a PS5, the digital version, the MSRP is $400, the disc version is $500. My expectation is that this slim model would still be $400 without the disc, and then you just have the option of buying a Blu-ray drive after the fact for 100 or
for me,
130 or 150.
What I see that being for, which is easier for Sony, is they just start phasing out the disc version.
If they want, there's probably some small things they could do. Like they could upgrade like the Wi-Fi and like the normal kind of like slim stuff. But let's remember that slim consoles pretty much have always just been like little refinements on the traditional design. You're not getting more performance. You're not getting a bunch of extra features. These are small little tweaks. No one needs to take your PS5 and toss it in the garbage when the slim comes out.
But that's the mentality that a lot of people have. Is I gotta go have the most new thing.
Yeah.
So in the past, it's the most new console thing, even though it's not really an upgrade, has been the shot in the arm when sales start to take a little bit of a dip. But like, again, we have sales that are higher than they've ever been. You have on record from Phil Spencer, like, yeah, we're not really doing any new hardware anytime soon.
You just kind of
like,
say that actually.
Yeah,
I'm
like
surprised.
So Sony's gonna be like, yeah, let's just ride this out.
The gist of it here is that PS5 is continuing to evolve, and whether or not the actual physical dimensions of it change, or whether they continue to change the internals, and then they just sort of save money by either selling a disc drive separately or just pocketing all the cash, that I think remains to be seen. But I think it's pretty clear at this point that there's going to be a new version of the PS5 this year, which will probably be a slight upgrade on some fronts for like power efficiency and cooling and whatnot. But if you really want a proper PS5 upgrade, or you really want to stay on the cutting edge, there's likely going to be an actual real pro PS5 coming next year, would be my guess.
My prediction is the holiday bundles that we're starting to see out is going to be what, a 1300. You'll see the new models,
That's a good idea,
which have the the smaller chip, which have no liquid cooling. I think it's just going to be the PlayStation.
Sure.
And then the PS5 and the PS5 Pro. No
Yo,
muddying the waters.
Wait, I got a big brain moment. What if they do the slim, but they take the PS5 Pro and just put it in the existing chassis, right? Because if the slim is smaller, the PS5 Pro wouldn't have to be any bigger.
Nope.
They could just put the
They
PS5
won't
Pro
do that.
specs inside.
They won't do that.
That's it.
No, they have to make it different because then people could show off and be like, "Here's my Pro."
No, they're definitely gonna make it different. But imagine that the PS5 Pro is just they slap a better motherboard with a better, more powerful chip inside. Oh my god.
Actually, the PS5 Pro should have PCI slots, so I can add a RTX 7090 to it, and I could play Starfield at 12 FPS finally.
That's only on Xbox.
Yeah, well, it's going to be an exclusive on PS5 when the change.org petition goes through. Let us know what you think. Is there going to be a PS5 Slim? I don't think so. Like, follow, subscribe, put a comment in there, and let us know.
It's gonna be a real thing.
If not,
it is actually.
I hope I'm wrong.
Sony likes money too much to not make another one.
Yeah, exactly. You're arguing my point.
So that was kind of like a breaking point for me in my life, and I promised myself that I was going to do something bigger. That year, I ended up finishing the year at $750,000 in revenue.
Jordan Welch has tried practically every way to make money online until eventually he struck it big, and today his business brings in over $300,000 a month at 25 years old.
So tune in to hear his incredible life story, the worst and the most profitable side hustles that you can start right now, and the best ways that you can start earning a lot more money. On this episode of...
Hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't done that already. It helps out tremendously. And now with that said, let's get to the podcast.
Welcome back to the Iced Coffee Hour. My name is Jordan Welch, and so far, this podcast has made $386,000.
Wow. Very close. So
That's incredible.
It's been a while since we've done this.
Where are we at?
I didn't even know. So for the last 3 years, because we started, I think, in May of 2020, made $400,772.50.
Wow.
So that was incredibly close because we haven't said this number in a while in the podcast. So good
Well,
job.
you know, that's what I do. I know AdSense a little bit.
Thank you so much for coming on the Iced Coffee Hour. This means a lot. You just mentioned, I had no idea. You came to Las Vegas for the show.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of my favorite shows. I watch a lot of the episodes. And this is like a weird, like, fourth wall break moment. And I'm looking at you guys and I'm at the table. So we're here.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Thank you,
You know
man.
what's
That
funny?
means a lot.
I think Jordan and I have a picture together like 5 years ago, maybe even 6 years ago.
Yeah, we
at
met
the
a
Santa
long-
Monica at the Santa Monica Pier.
You're kidding.
No.
Did you see him? Did he see you? Who
So-
recognized who here?
No, it wasn't through that. It was through Vincent, right?
Yeah, one of my best friends, Vince, he hosted like a dinner and Graham was there. And at the time, how many subscribers did you have? Do you remember?
Maybe like 200K, 300K. I don't think it was much.
Yeah, so I was definitely one of those
Much, yeah.
subscribers. And I, was really excited to meet Graham and we hung out and you treated me with nothing but respect, man, like
That's
for
cool.
real. And we ended up meeting up a couple more times in the future. You came to the mastermind that me and Vince hosted over in Los Feliz. And since then, you've always been like a mentor and a good friend to me. So
That's cool.
Yeah, man.
I'm glad I wasn't an asshole. Imagine that, though. Imagine I was just like, who are you?
Nah, you were cool, man. So yeah. Before we get into it, I wanted to give you a gift, actually.
Oh, gosh.
You know, it's nothing crazy, right? But I know you are a lover of music and a lover of coffee. So yesterday, I saw this and I said, Graham has to have this.
What is this? You're always good with the gifts. I've noticed in a lot of your videos. Do gifts?
I don't even know if
my
you,
God.
I don't know if you'll like it, but
Oh, that is cool. That is really cool.
Dude, that is awesome.
That is awesome.
yes. And
Thank you, man.
I think you'll be proud because it's a very affordable gift. You know, I
Man,
didn't.
I appreciate that.
You know, so yeah, thanks,
Very
man.
thoughtful.
Got you, man.
I really
Got
like
you.
that. Thank you so much.
Iced coffee hour. We had to do it. So
What a gracious guest.
sorry, Jack. I got nothing for
Don't
you.
no, just you being here is by far enough.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, just to come on the Iced Coffee Hour, you have done some fantastic things, okay, over the past couple of years. We're excited to talk about it. You had a business that you sold, and now you're blowing up on YouTube, talking with a bunch of billionaires and like uber successful people, asking about what sets them apart from the average person.
Yeah, I would say so. That's kind of my path. That
The past so far.
Yeah.
Plan to deviate?
Well, right now I'm really focused on YouTube and I'm having a lot of fun with it. I get to travel, I get to make videos, I get to meet cool people, and I'm making okay money doing it as well. I also have a software business called Viral Vault. It's like a product research software. So that's like my two focuses right now. Yeah.
So when did the entrepreneurial spirit start in you? Was it at a young age? Have you always had this?
No, I don't think it started like at a super, super young age. Growing up, I didn't know any entrepreneurs. My mom grew up by just me and her. Like my dad, he wasn't really around. So my mom worked a job, worked hard, waking up 6 in the morning, taking me to school, getting us ready, coming back home 6 p.m., cooking dinner just to make like $18,500 a year, you know? And that's what I saw. And that's what I saw as hard work. And when I was around, I would say like 8 years old, we had put our house into foreclosure. So this house that we had worked all these years to get into, we lost the house. And I remember seeing the pain in my mom's heart and my sister and everybody. And I actually had to leave my mom at that time. I had to go move to a completely different city to live with my stepdad. And I think it was around that time in my life that like I knew like I didn't want to work a job. Like I wanted to like do something different in the world because I saw that if I work a job, that's what I'm going to get. You know, if I work so hard, that's what I'm going to get. So I think that's where it started when I was like 10,
What
9
was she
years old.
doing for 18.5?
It's like a front desk, like admin, like, you know, just the hard work, you know, answering the phone, setting appointments, like an assistant, you know?
Gosh.
Yeah.
What year was that you lost the house to foreclosure? Was that during like the housing crisis?
It was around that time. I couldn't tell you the exact year because I was so young.
Yeah.
But again, I was around like 8 or 9 years old, so I was young, and the memories are super blurry from back then. But I just remember being so sad the day that I had to leave my mom. Like I was like crying the whole car ride to my stepdad's house. So I think, you know, that pain, like you guys all have pain, right? I feel like that kind of like ignites something inside of a kid to want to go on and be successful.
It could do that, or it can do the exact opposite, where it
Yeah.
just like makes you resent the world, and you're like,
Right.
okay, like I want to lash back, and then go down the other route. So props to you for using that as like a silver lining, and like using that as a driving force for the positive.
Yeah, I mean, after that, I kind of went on this whole path of like, how can I make money without getting a job, right? So I started seeing all these kids on YouTube that were making money. So I said, okay, let me get this camera that my stepdad has and just film some little videos with me and my friends. Not trying to make money out of it, just trying to do something different. And we just started posting a bunch of videos all throughout middle school. I was doing basketball videos and comedy skits, and any video idea you could think of, I tried to create it, you know? And then I went to high school and I started a clothing brand. I just learned how to do Photoshop, and I would design these little t-shirts and go to a local screen printer and try to sell them to my friends. I tried to make money through video editing. I mean, man, any like hustle you could think of in my young years, I tried a lot of them.
What made the most money from that? Like, what was the most successful?
I would say the way I made my first $1,000 back then, which I thought was $1 million, was from reselling sneakers.
Really?
So I made pretty good money back then. I would camp out for shoes. I would get the new releases. I would flip them. And then I would go on Facebook groups and I would find shoes that people were selling for a bargain, order them, take nicer photos, and sell them for a profit. The game has changed it a lot. It's not something I would do today, but that's how I made my first 1,000. I even made a monopoly in my city, actually, in the sneaker market.
How do you do that?
I created a Facebook group specifically for buying and selling and trading shoes. And because I created the group, I kind of positioned myself as like the sneaker plug. So I basically was getting shoes from other people, and then I would post them on my group, and I would sell them for a pretty good profit. And I used that money to actually host a conference, like a sneaker trading convention. And that's kind of like my roots in business. Like when I was young, like 16, 14, 15, those are the things that I was doing to get my feet wet into this game. But nothing made me more money than my friends that were working at Wendy's and the grocery store. You know, I was still broke. I was still broker than all those guys.
So what does camping outside of a sneaker thing as a young kid look like?
Just me and my friend, like just sitting out there, laughing, hanging out, meeting other people. It actually wasn't bad.
So you had the dates that the shoes would be released, and then what time would the store open?
Usually it would open like in the morning. So we would stay there, like show up super like late in the middle of the night, and then be the first ones to go through the door. I only did this a couple times though. The way that I really made the money was from having the group,
Right.
Because then I could buy shoes from anywhere, and then I could flip them.
What would you look for in shoes? Like, how do you know what's going to resell at a higher price?
Just like how I am with YouTube now and any business I've ever been to. So I just became obsessed with it, you know, just like how you are with real estate. Like after a certain point in time, you know what shoes people want. You know when something has room for you to improve on it, maybe some better photos. But yeah, I never made a bunch of money with shoes. That was just how I got started, you know?
And then what did you do with that $1,000?
Yeah, so that's what I used to host the sneaker convention. And this was like my big break as an entrepreneur. So at 16 years old, I took this money and I rented out the largest convention center in my hometown of Fort Myers, Florida. And this is a gigantic place. I went there with my mom and they didn't even think I was serious when I said I wanted to rent it out. But she was like, no, he really wants to do it. So we rented it out. I promoted this thing everywhere, flyers on my Facebook group. On school, I would put stickers everywhere. I got in trouble for that. And we had a couple hundred people show up that day. I remember I pulled up that morning. There was like a line outside the door. door.
A couple hundred?
Yeah, we had like
Pretty
250 people there, and it was all paid. Like everybody paid for their tickets. So I'm pulling up like okay, like we're getting paid.
How much were
today.
tickets?
Tickets was like $20, and then we sold a VIP table. So for $100, you could set up a table and put your shoes on the table, so people walking by could see your collection. We sold all of our tables and all of our tickets. But the sad truth is that when everything was said and done, when I counted all my money up and I paid for all these little expenditures that I had accrued, I didn't make any profit. I actually like lost a little bit of money on this whole thing. And it was kind of like another moment of pain in my career, because I put all this effort in, all this money I had saved up into this thing, and it flopped, you know?
How did you even know to like structure it where you're setting up tables where you're 16 years old, charging for admission, rent out? Like, where did that huge idea?
Stuff. I don't even think I could.
Graham wouldn't even do it today. I mean, like,
I couldn't do that.
Yeah, that's thinking big.
You definitely could. I just copied it from somebody else. Like, I just looked at what are the biggest sneaker events doing in the world. Let me just go ahead and do my own twist on that. The only thing that I was adding to the table was that they didn't have that in my city. So let me just copy the formula of what's already working and apply it to this untapped market, which I feel like is what I've done my whole career. That's what I've done with e-commerce. That's what I've done with YouTube. Like, I'm a firm believer in this idea that like nothing is 100% original. Like we find inspiration from things, we add our own unique touch to it, and that's how creativity is formed, you know?
You know what? That's actually a really interesting point that kind of segues perfectly with our sponsor, AutoDS, because chances are, if you're watching this podcast right now, you're interested in side hustles, and also you're interested in making money.
So back in the day, I actually had a drop shipping store. It completely failed because I couldn't really find a winning product, and also dealing with long delivery times was a huge pain in the butt. If you've tried a drop shipping store before, you know that trying a bunch of different plugins and looking for ways to optimize is incredibly challenging, and it usually just ends up making things just as complicated as when you started. Plus, I didn't end up getting the sales I was looking for, and in hindsight, AutoDS would have helped me a ton.
AutoDS
to the job. So that was kind of like a breaking point for me in my life. As stupid as that sounds, I had this image of myself that that's not something I wanted to do. So I went to work as a busboy at like this super nice restaurant, and my job lasted for 1 week.
Why did it only last a week?
You can't leave us hanging like that.
Well, it's
last 1 week.
I worked as a busboy for nearly 2 years, man. Why?
Respect.
Thank you. You
It's
only
a
did a
hard
week.
job. It's a hard job. But that's not why I left. It's just because I knew in the back of my mind that I had made money from all these other things, that I had so much bigger potential. And I said, if I stick with this, it's going to keep me locked in, because I was making good money. But like around my 5th day of working there, I had this embarrassing thing happen to me. I was carrying like a tray of wine glasses, and I tried to like open the door with my shoulder, and I just dropped all of them. And everybody in the restaurant looks at me, and it felt like the music stopped and everything kind of slowed down. And yeah, man, I just remember getting in the car that day. I had this uniform on, which I spent my last dollars to get the uniform, by the way, and the shoes. And I'm just like looking at myself like, what happened? Like, you were supposed to be the young, successful business guy, and now you're here in this car, not even my car, all dirty. Like, so I never went back to the job that day, and I promised myself that I was going to do something bigger. But I just didn't know what at that time.
So you just left without telling them, or you just like stopped showing up?
I just told the guy, I was like, look, like, I don't know if I'm going to keep working here. He's like, okay, no problem.
He had no problem after you
No,
lost all
like-
the money on the glasses.
No,
that
like
broke.
written termination. Just like, all right, man, if we don't see you tomorrow.
Yeah, it was kind of like a friend. Like, my mom got the job through her friend. So, you know, and I wasn't clearly the best employee. So.
Yeah. Was your mom pissed?
Nah, she was cool. My mom's actually always been like a huge supporter of me, especially in this whole business thing.
Yeah.
So she understood it, but she's like, you got to do something. You can't just sit on my couch and try to start a little online business. You got to do something. So I ended up going to college for a year. And during that year, I worked really hard trying to be a good student and stuff like that. And I ended the year with like a perfect GPA, 4.0. And I was like, that was the biggest waste of time I've ever done on anything in my life. Like, I would study all night, do my homework, show up to class early, massive waste of time. So during that summer, I had money. I had a little bit of money from a refund check, because I did student loans to go to college. I had like $2,000. And I said, I'm going to use this money, and I'm going to flip this money, and this is going to be the thing that sets me on the right path. And I just spent that next 3 months of summer working every single day on starting an online business. I actually started an e-commerce business. And Yeah, that was a crazy summer.
How do you pick e-commerce?
I did a bunch of research on different business models, right? Like I looked at marketing agency, I looked at like actual physical labor businesses like car detailing, but e-commerce stuck out to me because I knew how to edit videos, I knew how to make websites, I had learned about marketing from flipping the shoes and from promoting the events. So I was like, I could do this business. And I kept seeing people that were like 20 years old or like 18 years old that were actually making money from this. Like I was talking with them and I was saying, okay, if these guys can do it, I know I can make this happen too. So I just picked that path and I didn't have a plan B and I just put all of my money into this thing. I ran out of the $2,000 very quickly from trying to learn how to run Facebook ads. It goes away quick. It's
expensive.
Yeah, it goes away quick. So then I just started scraping up money any way I could. I sold all the stuff I had, ran out of that money, but I was making progress, right? I would get like $100 a day in sales, $200 a day in sales. And then there was one day where I had $500 a day in sales. And I was like, this is the business. I remember showing my mom, she didn't believe me. She thought it was like some fake thing or something like that. So I had a problem though. With Stripe and with Shopify, maybe you guys are familiar, but they like hold your money. And I didn't have any money to continue running this business because they were holding like 40% of the money that I had. So again, I'm at zero, but I have this business that's making like $500 a day. So I went to one of my closest friends and I said, look, bro, he had no money. He worked at Best Buy. I said, look, if you could just let me borrow $500, I'm telling you, I got something crazy here. He's like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. He gave me the $500 and no joke, that money is what I used to scale and have my first product that made me $10,000 a month in profit. And from that moment, I never looked back on the e-commerce game. Like that year, I ended up finishing the year at $750,000 in revenue.
750 grand
in revenue.
What were you selling?
So back then, I had a general store. So it's like a
wait. When was this? What
this
year?
is 2017.
Okay.
So I had a general store. So I don't recommend this method at all anymore. But back then, that was what was hot. You have a store selling any and everything, you know, from home goods to gadgets to beauty to tools. What I was selling that made me that much money in the first year, I was selling like a sandblasting gun so you could remove rust from cars and other things. I was selling this like portable lunchbox container for like moms to go to work. I had sold like a Legend of Zelda ocarina. I had a whole variety of products that I was making money with, but the sandblaster was a big one. We made a bunch of money off of that.
So how did the business model work on that? Did they place an order through you and then you go to someone else and place the order with them and then they ship it to the customer directly?
Yeah, it's good old dropshipping. Everybody that's following this show knows about dropshipping. So, you know, there's some negative press about dropshipping or whatever, but it changed my life. And that was the business that allowed me to drop out of college and focus full time on this entrepreneurship thing.
How much were you making profit on that?
That first year in December, we had a month where I did around $50,000 in profit. And that was the first time I remember looking at my bank account. I was like, wait, I like have a little bit of money now, you know? And I finished looking at is what I used to scale and have my first product that made me $10,000 a month in profit. And from that moment, I never looked back on the e-commerce game. Like that year, I ended up finishing the year at $750,000 in revenue.
750 grand
in revenue.
What were you selling?
So back then, I had a general store. So it's like a
wait. When was this? What
this
year?
is 2017.
Okay.
So I had a general store. So I don't recommend this method at all anymore. But back then, that was what was hot. You have a store selling any and everything, you know, from home goods to gadgets to beauty to tools. What I was selling that made me that much money in the first year, I was selling like a sandblasting gun so you could remove rust from cars and other things. I was selling this like portable lunchbox container for like moms to go to work. I had sold like a Legend of Zelda ocarina. I had a whole variety of products that I was making money with, but the sandblaster was a big one. We made a bunch of money off of that.
So how did the business model work on that? Did they place an order through you and then you go to someone else and place the order with them and then they ship it to the customer directly?
Yeah, it's good old dropshipping. Everybody that's following this show knows about dropshipping. So, you know, there's some negative press about dropshipping or whatever, but it changed my life. And that was the business that allowed me to drop out of college and focus full time on this entrepreneurship thing.
How much were you making profit on that?
That first year in December, we had a month where I did around $50,000 in profit. And that was the first time I remember looking at my bank account. I was like, wait, I like have a little bit of money now, you know? And I finished that year of 2017 with almost $100,000 to my name. And I had started that year with like zero. Like I had nothing. I was in debt because I had the student loans. So that was a huge transformational year for me. But it kind of came crashing down after that in the next couple of years.
Why?
Well,
Facebook ads?
No, not Facebook ads. It's my own ego got the best of me. So in the end of 2017, a lot of my friends and my family members were asking me, like, what are you doing? Like, how are you making this money? Because I would show on Instagram certain things that I was doing.
You'd flaunt a little bit of your money on Instagram?
A little bit, but I wasn't like super like, oh, look at me. I was just showing people because I was so proud of what I had built. Like I would show my store and the sales I was doing.
No. You'd show screenshots of how much money you were making.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, this business is finally working. I had no followers. Like I had like...
It's like your friends or your family.
Yeah, I had like 500 followers. So my friends were asking me like, what is this? So if you go to my channel and look on YouTube, like I posted my first video and the video is just showing people, hey guys, this is my first video on YouTube. I just want to show you guys how I'm making money. So I broke down the whole business model and exactly what I was doing. And I started posting videos over the next like 3 months and I got like 1,000 subscribers. And people started reaching out to me for like coaching and they want to get consulting. So I started doing that as well. And in 2018, I focused heavily on coaching because it felt more profitable for me. It felt like it was a better use of my time. And I let the dropshipping thing kind of slip away. I also moved to Los Angeles in 2018. That was, I think, the year that we met.
Yeah.
So I was making decent money from coaching, but my dropshipping business was going like this. The dropshipping business was the thing that got me to where I was today.
But it was still a general store, or did you ever like change that?
I never had turned it into a brand, which is what I did later in the last couple years of my life, which was the thing I wish I did years ago. But with the general store, the problem is the product is hot and then it kind of dies off. And because you didn't build a brand, you don't have any type of equity.
Well, also you have nothing that differentiates you from selling that product as well as all of the other people. And if you're talking to other people online saying, this is the product I'm selling or whatever, or this is how I create a store, it's kind of like incentivizing them to do exactly what you're doing. And then there's nothing that sets you apart from them.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, and then in 2018, I spent all the money that I made. Long story short, right? I moved to LA. I got this stupid fancy apartment in downtown paying like $3,500 a month in rent. I leased a car that I didn't even really like that much just to kind of fit in.
What was the car?
A Lexus IS 300. It was nice, but it wasn't like...
I'm thinking you were about to say like a G-Wagon or something like
Nah,
that.
but
AMG.
like, you know, it just was... I didn't even like Lexuses. I just wanted to have like a nice car, you know? I picked up bad habits. Like I started smoking and stuff like that. I started drinking more and I just started spending money. And as a result, by the end of 2018, I had a lot less money. I had like $20,000 to my name and my expenses were like $10,000 and my dropshipping store was done out of there. So I was really starting to panic at that point. And that's what led me to really focusing on YouTube again and starting another business, which is actually the business I still run to this day.
But you sold also, you had another e-commerce store in between that, right? That you built up afterwards?
So after all of that, there's a little gap in between it.
Yeah.
And I'll fill it in for you real quick. But I did sell my business last year.
Yeah.
But there's a gap in between it. So in 2019 and 2020, I was trying to get my software business off the ground. But little did I know, software is a very expensive industry to get into. And I was spending the last of all the money I had to keep my life in LA and to build this software company. And it got so bad that I had to get lines of credit from Wells Fargo. I maxed out my American Express to the point where they like charged off all my accounts. And I was like just miserable living in Los Angeles. And at the end of 2019, I was like horribly broke. Like I had $0 in my bank account. I think I had like $2. I had all this debt accrued and my business was making no money. So I said, I got to leave LA. Like I can't keep doing this. So I ended up moving back to my mom's house. At that point, stacked up debt, no money, the dropshipping business done, my software business not making any money. I was like, I need to start something fresh. So let me go back to my roots. I'm at my mom's house. I'm back on my mom's couch. I'm back to zero. Let me start with the thing that got me here today. So I started doing e-commerce again, but this time with all that experience I had accrued over the years. And I cut out the bad habits I had. So I quit smoking. I stopped drinking. I started eating better. And within the first 30 days of moving back to my mom's house, I had built a Shopify store that was doing over $10,000 a month in profit, like that. And I started documenting it again on YouTube. So it's all there. Like all this has been. You know.
What were you selling again? How do you find a winning product like that?
Okay, so in this case, right, I found this product out of necessity. So when I moved back to my mom's house, I was sleeping in my little brother's room, and he kind of snores loud at night. So I went on Amazon and I saw this product. It was like a headband with headphones inside of it, so you could like sleep comfortably and block out noises. And I was like, this thing is genius. And then I saw on Facebook ads, somebody was running this product and they had like millions of views, but the ad was horrible. So I said, as long as I can make a better advertisement than this and a better looking store, I could capitalize on this. People want it. It's clearly selling. I want it. And that's what I did. And the way to find a winning product is just looking at something that adds value to people's lives, and also looking at something that is already going viral and already succeeding, and just asking yourself, how can you add your own unique touch to it? That's how I found that product.
So I feel like every single time I hear from somebody who does drop shipping, like I hear
What the fuck you talking about? What? Door. Ve a dormir. The fuck?
I hear from you, I hear from Bia Heza, all of these other like YouTubers. They're like, this is the easiest way to make 10K a month or to make 6 figures in a year if you're a young, like unskilled person. Would you agree with that? Do you think drop shipping is the way? And it still is the way?
Well, it's not easy. It's definitely not easy. If I was looking for an easy way to make money, I would probably just go work a fast food restaurant or something like that. If you want to really build a business, it's one of the better options out there for sure, especially if you have an inkling to like creating content and learning how to build websites. But for some people, man, just learning how to do sales will like get you off the ground and actually get some money in your pocket. Like I stand for dropshipping because it changed my life, but I'm not going to be the one that's like, everybody needs to start a dropshipping store, because I mean, over the thousands and thousands of people I've talked to over the years, I've learned that it's not for everybody. You know, like some of these people are way older. They don't know how to build a website. They don't want to learn how to edit videos.
So why do you have to edit videos if you're doing dropshipping?
Well, it's really content based, right? Because nobody knows your brand and nobody ever heard of you before. So you have to be able to make content that attracts people to come and purchase your item. It's so heavily based on the content, actually. A lot of people think it's like a winning product or a magical website design, but if you know how to make viral content, you can crush it with dropshipping. You know, that's really one of the most important skills.
But would you say it's the easiest way to make 100,000 a year? Because I get making money. Yeah, just take any job. That's an easy way to make money. But like, what about 100,000 a year?
The easiest way? No. Okay. But if you have the right skill set and you're ready to focus and learn over the next 6 to 12 months, I say it's worth it. I know how it changed my life, and then I've impacted thousands of people that I reach out to or have reached out to me personally. So I know that it works, and I've seen it work countless times. But no, it's not the easiest way. I'm sure there's easier ways, you know?
I think it's window washing is the easiest way.
Yeah, probably, you know, but then you got to sit out there. I live in Florida, you know, I'd be sweating like crazy. So look, I would say it's the easiest way if you're ready to learn how to create content and build websites. But if you're like completely computer illiterate, I would never touch dropshipping with a 10-foot pole, you know, like go do sales or something.
What was the most you'd made in a month from dropshipping?
The most I ever made in a month in revenue was like 170,000, but it was really profitable. We did around like 80,000 in profit that month. But the most I ever made in a day was like 17,000.
And what product was that?
It was the sleep band.
The sleep band.
The sleep headphones, yeah, the ones that I told you about. So the difference this time compared to the last time was, instead of let's do a store with a bunch of products, let's have a store where we have a variety of products, and then when we find one that works, let's quadruple down on that product and let's become the #1 retailer for that product. And that strategy is what allowed me to scale this business as high as I did. And it's what allowed me to actually build equity and sell the business.
And that's the new meta for dropshipping, correct? Is like the one item businesses?
I always say for beginners not to start with just one product on the store, because usually that first product that you test is not going to be the one that hits. It's good to have a store with a variety of products, test, see which ones perform the best, and then you take that product and build a brand with it. But yes, that is the new meta. The general store thing is out. I would never do that.
Yeah, because I tried drop shipping. I did it for a while. I did it for like 4 to 5 months, maybe. I had a general store. I did that just by myself. I don't think I got a single sale, but I bought like the domain. I was running ads and everything. And then after that, I did what was the meta during the time where I was doing it was like you have a store that has a general idea. So ours was called the Better Brow Shop. I was partnered with a friend, and it was about like a bunch of makeup and glamour and stuff like that. Our main product was an eyebrow epilator. So we would try to it like basically like cleans up your eyebrows.
You be using it, huh?
I had never used it. No, we ordered one to like see if it was cool, but like
Never used it, just ordered
Yeah,
it.
I swear I don't use it. No, but we had basically like, it was a bunch of makeup and like beauty products, but we had like a main one that we were pushing out, and that was kind of like the meta during the time where it was like not a general store where we were selling like leaf blowers as well as eyebrow stuff and like makeup, but like a general a genre.
Yeah, that's exactly what I recommend people to do now. I call it a hybrid store.
Okay.
So you have a store maybe like the home goods niche where you could sell so many different types of products, or the beauty niche, or the outdoors niche where, like you said, it's like a genre, but it still feels like a brand. And then when you find that product that's really hitting, you could double down on that product. That's what worked for me.
Yeah. But how do you build something then that you could sell? Why sell a business like that? If it's making money, isn't it better to just keep it?
2 questions there. First question is, how do you build a product into actually becoming a brand? And I think it really comes down to having an actual quality product. So working with the suppliers over in China to get your product better than whatever everybody else is drop shipping. And that's what I did. I literally worked with them. I changed the speakers. I changed the fabric. I changed the packaging. I put my logo on everything. We added extra bonuses in there. Like we gave everybody a free book or ebook with a bunch of sounds. Also having a team in place. So it got to the point where I wasn't running the ads anymore, and we were running ads on Facebook, on YouTube, on Google. So essentially this business was passively, I don't really believe in the whole passive thing, but passively making me over $1,000 a day in profit. The reason why I sold the business is because last year at that time, I was really going hard on YouTube, and I was having a lot of fun doing it. And I was losing the love for this e-commerce business. Even though I had a team running it, I still had to use my mental bandwidth to keep the business going. And I didn't necessarily want to keep focusing on that. I wanted to clear my space to focus on this thing that I loved. I've been doing YouTube since I was literally 11 years old. So it's like, if I could do that full time, I'm gonna do that. So I started working with a broker, and they got me a valuation at the company. They started pitching the business to a couple people in their contacts. And it took around like 4 months maybe like 6 months until I actually got the business sold.
That's crazy. Who buys it? Who's out there buying these businesses?
So the guy, he's private, but he bought it because he had another sleep business and he wanted to combine it into his own existing portfolio. And his skill set is literally buy, inject capital, inject his resources and team, and just grow the business even further. So I'm not even in contact with him anymore, but he like merged it inside of his sleep entity.
And how is it doing now? Are you able to say? Or
I don't really keep up with it. I haven't even checked on it in a long time.
Curious? Like, I feel like that's my child.
Like what if he turns it into like a tens of millions of dollar business? You're like, okay,
I don't really know what's going on with it. It's not under the same brand name. It's like, it's totally become something different now. So it's not even like my thing anymore. What did he buy from me? He bought the product that we developed, which wasn't even patented, but he just wanted to have access to that and skip all those steps. He bought the team that we had, and he bought all this content and marketing materials that I've accrued over the years, and access to the ad accounts as well. That's really what he was buying.
Be interesting to see where it is now.
Yeah.
Like how it's doing, how much money he's making.
Maybe I'll do like a video following up with this guy one day. But I don't really keep in touch with him. We did the deal, he kind of went away, and that was that.
So you sold this dropshipping website that you had.
Yeah.
And then you also had this other, what was the other company that you were running at the same time? The software one?
Yeah, you remember that business that made me go broke in Los Angeles, that software business?
Yeah.
Well, I never forgot about it, but it just wasn't able to stay alive when I was at my low moment. I had, in 2020, started it back up again once I started documenting my journey of doing e-commerce on YouTube. And as my YouTube channel started growing around that time, the software started to get some life in it as well, because I was getting views. Finally, I was stuck at 30,000 subscribers for literally 2 years. I didn't grow at all for 2 years.
Where did those initial 30,000 come from?
So when I moved to LA, like I said, I was doing coaching. And every single week, I was posting 3 videos on my channel. This is when I met you. I was grinding on YouTube, man. I was posting 3 videos super niche down about dropshipping every single week. I thought that was the way to do YouTube. Looking back on it, it was not the way. But I would get like 1,000 views a video, 5,000 views a video, and just keep grinding them out, you know? So that's how I got my 30,000 subscribers.
And then from there, like you were saying,
The way I went from 30,000 to 100,000 subscribers was by actually taking YouTube seriously. Studying titles, studying thumbnails, and studying how to make a video that people actually want to watch. Because before, I was just posting as many videos as I possibly could. And I was stuck at 30,000 subscribers for years. Some people dream about 30,000 subscribers, but I hate that number. It used to bother me. I used to just look at my channel and it just wouldn't move, you know? So from doing that and just authentically documenting my journey of building this e-commerce business, I grew my channel past 100,000 subscribers. I was posting a video every single Friday, and I would show a live update of my store every single week. And people got down with that because so many people on YouTube are talking about e-commerce, but it's just like, yo guys, I'm gonna show you the 10 best products to sell. But I was actually showing people live, I'm building this business and let me show you what I'm doing every single week. And that's kind of what got my channel off the ground and ignited this passion for YouTube. Yeah.
We'll get more into the YouTube success, but I also wanted to know this other software business. What is it? What was the business?
Yeah. So
and why'd you pick it back up?
It's called Viral Vault. It's a product research software for e-commerce store owners. And we also have training and a community inside of there. So if you want to start your store, it's a good starting place. And it died because I didn't have any people that were following me that wanted to start a store. But once I started documenting my journey and people saw that I was really making money with this, they were like, okay, let me check out his product. Let me check out his software. And that business went from the gutter. It was making like $0. We were losing money with payroll every single month to by the middle of 2021, I was doing over $100,000 a month with this business. Like it totally flipped on its head. And this business was way more profitable than my dropshipping stuff because all I had to do was pay my overhead of my employees. But what I did was instead of taking that money out and using it for lifestyle, I was living in Miami and my rent, you would be happy about this. It was like $1,900 a month in Miami. And I would just use all the little AdSense money I made and pay for my rent and just keeping the money inside of the software business, hiring more people, building a better product. And now last month, this business did like $350,000. It was like the biggest month we had with the business. So it's been like this turbulent ride with the software business, but it's moving in the right direction.
So let's say you're someone that wants to start e-com. What is the value of this software business? Like from what stage of wanting to start a store, what would it provide?
It's totally tailored for beginners. So I personally curate products. I have a team that does product research, and then I manually go through and review the products that I like the best, and we upload those into our platform. Each product comes with supplier information, competitor data, ad copy, description, video ad, everything that you would need to like put it on your store and test it. We have a training program inside of there, which I teach. And I also got my friends who are way smarter than me to help me teach it. So we teach TikTok, Facebook, TikTok organic. And then I have a community with coaches. So it's kind of like an all-in-one toolkit for somebody that wants to start their own online store.
And what is the fee? Is it a flat rate or is it a percentage that the store generates?
It's super cheap. It's $60 a month.
So wait, so how did you generate $350,000 from this store?
A lot of people.
I have like 1 million subscribers, and people just, like on YouTube. So I like even dropshipping videos that I made a year ago are still popping up and getting views. Like even to this day, I still have one of the top ranked dropshipping videos on YouTube that I made like months and months ago. So people funnel in through there. We also come out with some new offerings. Like I did a $1 product, and that was basically just a case study of how I took my business from 0 to selling it in 2 years. And that thing just went crazy. So
I remember that. You put that in one of your videos.
Yeah, in the My Story video. And that day I had made like $50,000 that day.
From selling a $1 item.
Yeah.
So you got 50,000 people signing up from that.
Yeah, well, we have like upsells and stuff in there too. But yeah, that was crazy. I posted a video and then it was a good day.
So of the people that are of the Viral Vault, like the clients of that, what is the most successful story?
There's so many. So I just did this subscribers meetup. It was the first time I ever did like a public meetup with my subscribers, literally last weekend. And I had people that flew in from all around the world, like Netherlands, Canada, all parts of the United States. This kid drove 9 hours just to come to the event. But the most successful person that I can think of in recent times was this kid that came up to me at the event. And he's like, bro, I've been following your videos. I joined your Viral Vault program. And right now, last month, I did $180,000 in revenue. He surpassed my highest month in revenue. And he took a product from our platform. He followed the training and followed the systems that I teach on YouTube. And he did it. And this isn't even like a sales pitch. Like, these are real people. Like, they come up to me all the time. But the meetup was cool. I got to see like a concentrated group of people that I've made some type of impact on. And that's like the biggest blessing in the world to me.
Why do you think that one guy was so successful? Like, what sets him apart?
So I asked him a bunch of questions because I was curious about that as well. And I think this holds true in any field. He stuck with it the longest, and he didn't have a plan B. He knew he wanted to do this 2 years ago, and he stayed with it over the course of 2 years. And in the first 6 months, he lost a bunch of money and he ran into some issues. Then 6 months later, he started to make some money and started to learn. Then the following year, he finally started making money. But it's ups and downs, and you have to stay consistent throughout that. I mean, I could have quit my YouTube channel at 30,000 subscribers because it wasn't working, right? So it's what I think it is. I think that's the common trait amongst people that I see that are super successful, is that they just stayed resilient through like the hardest shit, you know?
And why don't you just create the stories yourselves if you're doing basically all of the work? Like, you're finding the product, you're running the ads, you have all of the expertise, but instead you're picking people and training them. Like, wouldn't it be more profitable if you just created that store yourself that this kid had?
The thing about training versus building my own store is that it actually is more profitable. I'm not gonna sit here and put up a front and be like, it's not more profitable, because with building my own store, I can make me a lot of money. But considering my situation where I have millions of views coming in a month, millions of followers, it's more profitable for me to leverage that as opposed to just starting another dropshipping store. The dropshipping store is what got my name out there and what established me as an entrepreneur. But at this stage of my career, that's what I get the most value out of. And also, it is an impact that we're making at this company. You know, many people have started their first successful business from what we teach. So for me, that means more than me, you know, finding a cool product and turning it into a brand, you know. Maybe I'll go full circle and start another brand in the future, but at this stage, I'm not really.
So you're not running any dropshipping stores at the moment?
No.
But you're surrounding yourself now with some really wealthy people, like that one billionaire.
Yeah.
You just interviewed. How do you meet these people?
Well, everybody's different, right? But the way I met Thomas Petterfy, who's like the richest man in Florida, was a cold email. I literally just sent him an email. My girlfriend did it, saying that we wanted to do a video with him. And he responded in the most gangster way possible. He said, okay. And then he sent a calendar invite with his address, and we just pulled up.
There's no way.
Yeah.
How do you get his email?
That must be the best cold email of all time.
Wait, first of all, how do you get his email? What do you say in the email?
Well, she did all the work. My girlfriend, she tracked down, found his private email, sent him a nice message sharing my brand and what I'm all about. And we got the okay. And we pulled up to his house. He has this $100 million mansion in Palm Beach, which is like one of the most expensive zip codes in the world. This guy has a house, and then he has just a gigantic lot right next to the house. And we got there. There was a butler there. He shook my hand. He greeted me. He's like, Mr. Petterfy will see.
Apple.com should be able to answer that question. Looking for your iPhone? It's nearby. Pinging your iPhone now.
See you soon. Please go sit over there. And 5 minutes later, this guy comes out, treats me with nothing but respect, by the way. Like, you expect a billionaire to kind of be like stuck up. No, total respect. And we had a great conversation. We hung out with him for like almost an hour.
And what do you think set him apart? Was there anything meeting him that you noticed that was different about a billionaire than somebody not a billionaire?
What I would say was he moved with respect. And I know that that made an impact on his career because he has a massive team. So if he was an asshole, his team wouldn't really be putting that work in to get the company to billions of dollars. That was something that really stood out to me that I wasn't expecting. Also, the way that he moved with his time, I've never seen anybody like that. The butler told us he was going to come out at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
He came outside no later than 10 a.m. When the interview was over, it wasn't, come on, guys, you want to come in for a coffee? He was like, nice to meet you. Thank you guys for coming. Walked inside of his house, disappeared like a ghost, you know?
Have you heard from him since you shot this video with him?
No, but I heard from a lot of people on his team, and I know he saw my video, and I know he really liked it. The video about to hit 1 million views. You know?
I loved it.
Yeah, thank you.
I thought it was really well done.
I stole your title.
Oh, what? Meet the... Yeah. Dude, everyone has used that title now. You know what the crazy thing is? It doesn't even work anymore. Now we use it on our own videos, and it's so saturated that we can't do it. It's not special.
Well,
Everyone says, meet the blank man.
It's the principle that I shared before that worked with me with dropshipping. It's like, look at what's working and say, how can I add something to that? You had the 100 million, but I said, okay, this guy's like 300 billion. So even though it's the same, it's like different in that way, you know?
I like the videos where you go to different events and you ask people what they do for a living.
Yeah.
Like, what was the one? Was it F1?
I did F1 as like a short, but my favorite videos like that I ever did, I did one on Wall Street. I went to the New York Stock Exchange. I went to the Bitcoin conference. I snuck backstage and interviewed Kevin O'Leary. We did one at the YouTube Vid Summit conference. And yeah, I like those videos. The thing about those is like, people come up to me, they're like, oh, you're that guy that asks people what they do for a living. I'm like, well, I mean, not necessarily, but all right, cool, let's rock with it, you know?
Yeah.
But I do like those videos. They're very fun for me.
It sucks because they're so basic that that's what people generally remember because they get so many views and they're so simple. It's just, hey, you know, how much money do you make and what do you do for a living?
Yeah, I let one slip. I forgot. One of my most recent videos was asking black millionaires how they got rich, and that video is about to hit 1 million in a month. Which for my channel is like a top performer. So we're gonna do more of those because I do like them and they're inspiring for people because my goal on YouTube is to inspire, right? I want to inspire people through my story and through my business that I'm building and also through all these other stories that I get the opportunity to share.
Do you ever wonder if some of these people are lying to you when you ask them how much money you make? Do you ever get to say, but you don't say anything?
I am very particular about the people I put on my channel, and I do a disgusting amount of research on them because if I give somebody a platform and they come out as a scammer or something down the line, I'm the one that gets pinned with that. Yeah. So I always make sure people are legit before I bring them on my channel, and a lot of times I'm the guy that's gonna be like, yo, pull up your phone real quick. Let's show the camera what you're making. And like, people in the moment might get a little uncomfortable, but they don't realize that it makes the viewer respect them even much more because they know that they're legit. Yeah. So I do that for people. I don't mind.
And how about walking on Wall Street? What type of professions would you see people having there? And how much would they be making?
They looked miserable out there. I'm not going to lie. It was like, I don't know. Everybody was just in a rush and everybody feel like they're wearing just the same outfits. And like, I could never work over there. But most everybody was like bankers or the assistant to the banker or the assistant to the assistant to the banker. Like, I don't know, just NPC jobs. Like, it was like, it was like not really a place that I would ever want to be involved in. But we did get the opportunity to actually go inside of the stock exchange, and that was cool. But it was way different than I expected.
Get in there.
There was a guy that I knew that worked inside of there, and one of my friends knew him very well, so I just bugged the crap out of him to say, I want to do a video inside there, I want to do a video inside there, and he made it happen. But that took a huge left turn. Okay, I'm not going to put the guy's name out there because I really don't want to give him any publicity whatsoever. But he invited us inside of there, cameras rolling, gave us the full tour, like talking to the camera, like everything's all good and everything's great. Thanks for coming by. We did a full interview with him. Then I get home, I edit my video, I put it out. I didn't post it, but I put it unlisted, and I sent it to him. He goes, now we can't use this. What are you talking about? He's like, if you guys post this video, I'm going to come after you. Like, his whole demeanor, like, shifted like this. Wow. And I was like, I don't understand. You invited us. He's like, no, this video is bad because it shows that anybody can come into Wall Street. And I was like, you're talking crazy right now. So what I did was I was going to scrap the whole video, but I got creative, and I had my friend who's an animator. I animated the interview. I cut out this dude's face. I warped his voice, and nobody ever knows if I really went in there or not. So
wow,
yeah.
I heard it's extremely difficult to get in. That's why I was kind of surprised that you got in, because what I've heard is that you need so much clearance, and even once you're inside, you're not really supposed to take any video. Pictures, I think, are kind of monitored. I hear they're very tight on security there.
I walked right in. But it was because I was with the guy, you know?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
And he was
acting with somebody.
He was acting like the head honcho, you know, but then he got a boss or somebody.
It sounds like he kind of talked himself up a little bit, got in over his head, and then when it came to it, it's like, oh crap, I can't actually do this.
Yeah, because I started the video on the street interviewing people, and then I worked my way up into the stock exchange. That was the storyline of the video. So he's like, this just shows that anybody can come into the stock exchange. I'm like, whatever, bro. So
where do you take the YouTube thing?
well, you know, continuing to share my story and document my journey is something that I'm really passionate about. But also now I have so many people reaching out that want me to share their stories and give them a platform. Again, I'm very picky about who I want to do that with, but there are some amazing people. Like, I have an interview lined up with the richest black landlord in America in Miami. We're going to be doing that video soon.
How did you get in contact with this person? What do they do?
Yeah, his name is Don Peebles. He basically started out in Washington, D.C., went to school in like the political field, and he just worked his way up. He ended up getting a job at the Tax Advisory Board in Washington, D.C., and from that, he was able to get in on some properties out there. And he started working his way up. He bought a property in Washington, D.C. for the government. As for his whole story, I have to actually sit with him and talk with him. But what I know is that this man started in D.C., coming up from a lower class family, worked his way up, and ended up now having a portfolio of $8 billion of real estate. He owns 2 hotels in Miami, on Miami Beach. He owns like a private country club resort in Miami. Like, he was loaded. What I found is that these billionaires or even multi-millionaires that are older, they love this stuff because they get to provide inspiration to the next generation. I feel like when you're 90 years old and you got a bunch of money, that's all that you have left to do is philanthropy and sharing what you've learned with the world. So you guys,
you got to share the secrets of what was in that email. Like what was so good about that email that the guy said, okay, I'm so curious.
What we included in that email was just the fact that this is an opportunity to inspire people and share your story on a large platform. And then I sent my videos.
Reasonable.
And also, too, having a library of cool videos helps. Like, I send them another example of an interview, and they're like, oh, this is cool. So you guys, you know.
And one thing is, like, I bet for a billionaire, a lot of people solicit his email with, like, I got this business opportunity. You can make a lot of money, 10% return in a month on this. And they're like, okay, like, I have been through this so many times. I've already been through it so many times. I'm 24, and I'm, like, 0.00001% as successful as someone like that. And people solicit stuff like that. But if it's something like, oh, you can share your message, you can be inspiring to young people, that's a lot more enticing than just, like, some sort of business solicitation.
Yeah, that's my whole thing. On those videos, I don't pitch anything. I don't promote anything. It's really just to share their story.
Yeah.
So, you know.
So on a more personal level, can you talk about how you balance a relationship with everything that you're doing and traveling? And
yeah, I mean, the relationship has actually helped me a lot. For me, having somebody that you can call on and be there in your corner every single time something's going on, whether it's good or bad, has elevated me like crazy in life. Because I was single for pretty much my whole adult life. I've been together with my girlfriend now for about 1.5 years. And recently she even like started helping me out in my business with certain things. So really it's helped me a lot. You know, how about you?
How'd you guys meet?
Oh, we actually met at this restaurant. I used to go to this vegan restaurant like almost every single day, and I had seen her working in there. You know, I was like, okay, she looked kind of good. But then one day they were actually filming a commercial for the restaurant, and they wanted me to be in the commercial, and she was filming it. So we ended up talking that day after we were done filming, and we got connected. We went on a date like that same day, and
the same day.
I think it was the day after.
All right, so how do you?
It was like we were ready.
Cross that line of interest where it's like, okay, like I think you're interested in me. I'm definitely interested in you. How do you cross that to like, hey, let's go on a date, like a romantic date?
It wasn't even like romantic. I was just like, let's hang out. Like, so then we just went for a walk.
Let's hang out.
Yeah.
On the beach at sunset, taking.
So
a walk
wait. So you just said like you're talking to her, right, casually because she's near you and you want to strike up conversation. And then you just say, hey, like we should go hang out sometime.
Yeah, Jack, if she's into you, you can do anything. You can go anywhere you want. You know, you don't have to. In fact, if you do it like super fancy, like it might actually like play against your favor.
Right.
You know,
well,
just
you don't want to show too much interest too
just
early.
Casual, you know.
Okay.
Like we went to a restaurant right by my house. We sat there on like the bar, and then we just went for a little walk, and yeah, it worked. The thing is, some of my friends, like from back home, these guys have no money. They pull straight 10s and they get whatever girl they want.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it makes that big of a difference.
The money thing will add some swag to you as a man. It'll make you more secure sometimes, but it's deeper than money. And girls, a lot of times, like the ones that care about money are the ones that you really don't even want. And the ones that don't care about money is like, it gives you a chance to actually show your character, you know? And that's how you really build a relationship.
So you said it's deeper than that.
Yeah.
Explain that. Like, what is it about?
I feel like a woman is more attracted to like a man's aura of like confidence. Like, does he take care of himself? Is his hygiene good? Does he have something in life that he's like working towards? Does he have good friends? Like the money is like a bonus, you know, but it levels you up for sure. Like it adds you on a higher bracket. If you're broke, you're kind of on a lower level.
So I would agree with that. I think it's like somewhat, it's not, I would say it's somewhat important, right?
Yeah.
Like a girl would probably take that into account. If
We
they're going on a
can't
date with
also
you.
generalize talk about women either, because it's like every woman got their own kind of preferences, But
Of course. Yeah, of course. But I do agree. I think it has to do with your general aura or like vibe, not to use cliche words, but it's about like, okay, are you a competent person? Can you strike good conversation? Are you confident?
Yeah, Alex Hormozy on your show, he said something that I really liked. He's like the two dichotomies of a relationship is like the cheerleader and the person that's on your team. I think that's a good way to look at it. And those are like the two ones that actually work. Like the guy is out there, he's doing his thing in his career, and his woman is in his corner helping him out, or they're in it together. They're both working on the business together. They're both building this thing as a unit. Those are the two that I've seen work successfully. That's how my mom and my stepdad, they're married. That's how they work. But then on the flip side, I've seen her previous relationships not work because the whole dynamic was off.
But not to say that it still can't work out if, let's say, like the woman in the relationship's out on the field, like, and the guy's the cheerleader. It just represents a very statistically small percentage of successful relationships.
Yeah, definitely.
And what about being vegan? You brought this up earlier. You met your girlfriend at a vegan restaurant. You said both of you guys are true vegans.
Well, I would say like plant-based, like, cause like my car got leather seats and like, I probably buy some like shoes and stuff like that. But I eat plant-based like foods only. I don't eat meat or drink dairy
What's the reason
products.
behind that?
I just started to do a bunch of research on how like all this meat is produced in the world, and it totally changed my perspective on it, and it made it not appetizing for me anymore. And then I said, okay, let me try to live without it. Let me try to eat a diet without having these foods in my system. And I felt just fine. I even felt a little bit better than I did before. I was still in the gym. I was still putting up the weights I was putting up. I felt more energy. So I just stuck with it. I haven't had meat in 5 years.
So you made your own personal decision to do that. Was there any other like influences on you that were saying, hey, you should become vegan?
One of my best friends, actually, at the time, we were working out together every single day. And we were broke. We would always go to Chipotle after the gym. And we would get a bowl and we would split it. And we would just eat the chicken bowl every single time. And we go one time and he's like, I don't want chicken this time. I was like, what are you talking about, bro? We get the same thing every time. He's like, no, I don't want it. I'm done eating meat. And I thought he was crazy. I thought he was insane. But then over the next 2 weeks, he just starts educating me on all these things he's learning. He starts sharing all these resources with me. And I was like, we're still working out and he's still killing it. He's still even doing better than me. So that's one of the biggest influences that led me to doing that. And he's still plant-based to this day. And he's actually one of the healthiest and most shredded people I know. He does jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai. The man can lift crazy. So I don't knock anybody for what they choose to eat, but this is what I choose.
But why no fish?
I never used to like fish. I never ate fish. Growing up, my mom didn't like it, so we didn't eat it in the house. So I don't have like an appetite for it. I actually don't even, I hate like anything that has that taste, like seaweed or anything like that. I hate it.
The salty kind of oceany.
Yeah, oceany taste. That's like, oh man, yeah.
I respect that. I love the fact that you made your opinion for yourself and you just like made the decision. Totally cool. More power.
Yeah,
to
I
you.
get a lot of feedback from my friends, because I'm friends with a lot of these entrepreneur, biohacker type of cats, and they always be like, oh, you need to eat grass-fed steak and drink raw milk from the cows, and like, I hear you, bro, but like, I'm doing my thing. I'm doing just fine.
Yeah.
So.
I think it's a big problem that everybody is now an expert. And they're just like, you got to do this. This will fix you. This will fix that. And everyone's an ideologue that wants to share their ideas and try to force their ideology on other people. I think it's just a super, so I respect the fact you made your decision for yourself. You're not forcing this on anybody, and you're just living your own, and within your own lane.
You know, I think all it is just 8 hours of sleep. Don't drink. Don't smoke. Get some exercise, 30 minutes a day. I think it's that simple.
And drink a lot of water.
People.
Drink good water too. That's a big change that I made in my life over the last year. Like drinking a lot of water and making sure the quality of the water is on point. That has made a huge.
What do you
impact.
look for in water?
I just don't drink water at the tap anymore.
What? No.
Graham.
I hear the tap water's better than
so you're
most
on the
bottled
Liver King
waters.
water.
I just get spring water. I buy glass bottles of spring water. They ship it to my house every single week. You still drink tap water?
Yeah, I do.
Graham, you're so rich.
No. The tap water is better quality. Los Angeles, Las Vegas, tap water is phenomenal. The testing that they have
Sponsored by the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I heard the testing that they do on water is more strict than the testing on bottled water. I saw a study.
Sponsored by the city of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I heard the testing that they do on water is more strict than the testing on bottled water. I saw a study a while ago. This was on like the top page of Reddit where they went through and tested waters, and they found that tap water was actually better for you.
I think there are studies that would go against that and argue that as well. For me, I just feel the difference. I used to drink the every day, like out of the refrigerator, like the filter in there, compared to me actually drinking out the bottles most of the time and drinking much more of it. I feel better. I used to wake up super tired every day too, and that change actually made me feel a little bit more
Maybe it's
awake
a
in the morning.
placebo. What if someone switched
Placebos
your
are real.
water? Yeah,
I mean,
well,
like,
that I agree
Yeah.
with too. Someone switched your water.
I don't
you
know,
wouldn't
man.
but that make a
Miami, just think about all the stuff that goes through those pipes and all those systems.
Yeah.
I actually believe that it makes a difference. Maybe I'm tripping, maybe it's placebo, but I've seen a difference in my life.
So for the veganism, it's due to the ethics or is it the environment? What is it more specifically?
It started just learning about what it takes to produce meat, and it changed my whole perspective on it, and also understanding the impact that had on the environment. Now there's arguments as well on the plant-based side for farming vegetables and fruits and how that impacts the environment. But that was what led me to starting it. Just, you ever watched like videos of like animals getting like tortured in a factory?
Yeah.
Like you ever saw like these like boxed in factories where the cows are like this close to each other,
Yeah.
and their heads stick out the thing and they're getting whipped all day?
Yeah.
You ever saw how they make milk?
No.
Like, it's not like a farmer in an outfit with smiling pulling it. There's like a metal thing that they attach to the bottom of the cow that like yolks the bottom of their udders, and like blood comes out of there, pus comes out of there, and then they run it through the filter, and then they give you the finished product with a guy smiling with the cow.
So
like this.
okay, so I saw one of those videos for milk, and I stopped drinking milk after that. But I never was like a big milk person anyway. But when
Yeah.
I saw that, I stopped altogether.
So milk is one of the biggest scams in American history.
Yeah, it is.
Because if you look at the marketing campaign that they ran for milk, it was one of the biggest marketing campaigns of all time. Got milk, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Serena Williams. If it was so good, why are we trying to push this to everybody? Why does every child from the age of 6 years old get served milk in school instead of water? Because they want you to build up the habit of drinking the milk. It's not because it's so much healthier for you to drink this every single day.
I thought as a kid it was like calcium. Like, yo, you get your good calcium
Yeah,
drinking
yeah,
milk. Yeah,
build your bones.
Yeah, build your bones, get them strong.
Yeah,
Makes
think
no
about the quality of the school milk that you're getting. You think you're actually getting good quality
The
milk?
cardboard?
You're probably
Oh,
getting
yeah,
the bottom of the barrel, lowest thing ever. I used to drink strawberry milk every single day
I
with
love
pizza.
that.
With
That's
pizza.
really good. Oh man, the Nesquik, I'd mix that in. The
Yeah,
strawberry,
I used to
and
like
the
it
chocolate.
too.
Oh,
I used to like it too, but the school lunch that they feed kids is terrible. But that's a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
So you're very into nutrition.
I mean, I try because that's like the final frontier. Like, look, I know I'm gonna make more money in my life, right? But what is it worth if by the time I'm 50 and I got $1 billion that I'm completely out of shape and I can't enjoy it, you know? So I guess you could say I'm big on nutrition. I think everybody should be, you know?
is that your goal? 51 bill?
I don't really look at it like that. I had this big realization last year because I had set a goal for myself to accomplish a certain number of subscribers on YouTube. And right on December 31st, I hit that exact number. So I said, okay, what if I could have put a bigger number on the board? Maybe I would have did better. So I changed my perspective this year, and it's actually been working like way better for me to just say, okay, let's just do the very best that I can do every single day. Let's not put a cap on what we think is possible, and just let's see what can happen. And as a result, I mean, I've had my biggest month of subscribers. I've had my biggest month of income. I feel like less of like a shot clock pressure of like, oh, I got to hit this target by this time. So
where are you investing it? What are you doing with that money?
So I have a lot of my money in cash. I have maybe only like 30% of it invested. I have money in a couple of stocks that I like. I have a bunch of money in index funds, in the Fidelity index funds. I have Bitcoin. I have Ethereum. I have watches. I have the car. That's kind of where my money's scattered. But really, the majority of my money is in cash because I still have trauma from when I ran out of all my money. So I kind of like having it. But I realize that that's kind of a mistake.
Yeah. Usually, like, keep one, like, for you, even like 2 years of expenses in cash.
Yeah. I have like many years of expenses in cash.
You got to think logically. It's like if you were to invest it, let's just say the worst stock market crash ever, you lose 60% of your money.
Mm-hmm.
How long will that realistically last you? Usually crashes like that take about 4 to 10 years to recover, assuming from the peak. So it's like, can that last you the 4 to 10 years while you're also continuing to make money? So like when you think of those things logically, like even the worst case scenario,
yeah, worst
you'll
case
still be
10 years,
fine. Right?
You'll still end up on top at the end.
Right.
Yeah, it's true. I need to be a little bit more aggressive with it. And I do kind of aggressively invest back into my business. Like we spend a lot to do videos and travel. And I've never been paid to do a video ever. Like I never did an interview with somebody as a paycheck or anything. We pay for everything out of pocket. I have a big team that I work with on YouTube and Viral Vault. So I guess that's probably the biggest investment, you know, is back into my business.
Yeah.
But you're right. I do need to get rid of some of my cash because it does nothing.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I tried to do that savings account, just like to get some money accruing, because in the Chase account, just kind of dead in there.
Do treasuries. We're paying
I
about
do
like
have
5.2, 5.3.
I saw your
treasuries.
video about
Yeah.
treasuries, and I bought some on Treasury Direct. So
Yeah, it's complicated to figure that out.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't so bad though.
Horrible
It wasn't
website
so
though.
bad.
Yeah, if they just made it easier, just
Well, they
like-
have the best product. They don't even need to optimize it.
I
They
don't-
just
it makes me think that they don't even want people to buy these things because they
Yeah.
just don't make it that like friendly. Like imagine someone who's like 70 years old wanting to go figure out how to do this. It's hard.
It is super hard,
Yeah.
but I just looked it up on YouTube, just like how I learned everything in my life. So, YouTube University, baby. I'm always watching YouTube. I watch my boy Graham too, of course.
There we go.
Yes.
Did you watch my window washing video?
I saw the thumbnail.
You gotta watch it. Yeah, you gotta watch it. That I want to turn that into a new series.
So you actually went with somebody that does window washing?
That's why I was saying, like, we're talking about the easiest way to make $100,000 a year. I'm like, dude, window washing.
Okay, I didn't know you actually
so-
went with somebody. I thought you were just telling people.
No, that's why you got to click on the video
Right.
because my whole thing is I want to do like an undercover jobs where I
Mhm.
go through with other people and they teach me how to do what they do.
Yes.
And I want to focus on like young people making really good money in weird careers that you wouldn't think of. And window washing was one of them.
So you were out there washing windows?
Yeah. So I met this guy because he came up to the house and a neighbor said that he was going door to door doing window washing and gave me his business card. I was just curious because the guy came up and like was kind of looking through the windows. I'm like, is he trying to rob the place? Or like, I don't know, because he just like peered through the windows. I was like, that's kind of weird. So I looked him up on Instagram and I see that he was 19 years old, wife, a kid, and is going door to door window washing windows. I'm like, dude, you got to help out this person. And so I'm like, hey, I just want to send you $100 just for free, no strings attached. I just want to support an entrepreneur and give a thumbs up that keep doing that.
That's great.
Some encouragement. And he was like, no, I don't even want the $100. Just give me like a 10-minute phone call with you, and that's it. And so on the phone call, he's like, yeah, I really want to buy a house. And I'm like, dude, how much money are you making? He's like, well, anywhere $10,000 to $20,000 a month. I was like, what? Washing windows at 19 years old? He's like, yeah, it's really good. And he walked me through his whole business. And it sat with me for a while.
That's
and
amazing.
So I came up with this idea. I'm like, how cool would it be just to shadow him for a day and just see what happens? And I did. And so my goal for the day was to make $500 washing windows. And we pull up in this area and we just start door knocking. And it's horrible. And we did like 3 to 5 houses of just knocking on doors and being told no.
Have you ever done door-to-door sales before?
I did door-to-door, like door knocking as a real estate agent for a while in Mar Vista. Hated it.
Yeah.
And so I did a week of that and I decided I'd rather quit door knocking than have to do this ever again. So I stopped. I hated it. But it was actually the first house we knocked on was the president of the HOA in this community. And she was not happy. She's like, how did you get in here? And we're like, we gave her a bit of a story and she's like, you can't be horrible. And I'm like, dude, should we get going? He's like, nah, don't worry about it. We'll just go over here instead.
I like this guy.
So we went over there and like the 5th house was this older lady. We just talked to her. She was so nice. And she haggled us down a little bit, but we got a $250 job.
Wow.
Washing windows. And so he's like, yeah, we did pretty good so far. But we ended up making over $1,000 that day, going door to door. We really started door knocking at 8 a.m. and we finished at 6. But from an 8 to 6, making $1,000 in a day was insane.
Yeah, that's incredible. And it just goes to show that you don't need to start some crazy business to make a bunch of money. You need to work and you need to pick a skill that you can focus on. Bro is obviously really good at washing windows.
Yeah, he was good at washing. He was better with people. So he was really good at handling objection because he would turn these situations around. Like, I couldn't do that. They would say, oh, no, I'm not interested. He'll be, but you know what? It's a really good price. How about this? How about I just take a look around and I'll give you a quote. No, I'm not really interested. Well, how about this? It's $100 off right now only because I did a job down the street. How much is it? This price, and we'll throw in this for you. Oh, I don't really want it. We'll throw in this if you say yes right now.
Yeah.
And he'll get yeses.
Yeah, it's a good way to make money. My big brother also, he's kind of like me in the way he didn't work a job.
Yeah.
He made his first money from doing mobile detailing. So same thing.
I've
Door
done
to
that
door, going to houses saying, hey, we'll clean your car. It's super dirty. I'll do it. Check it out. You pay me after. And he did this for a long time. Now he's in the real estate game, but he really made his first money just from doing mobile detailing.
Yeah, so that's the next one
That's
that
a
I'm
good
doing.
one. That's why I was bringing
And
that up.
It's such a wholesome story, but I got a letter in the mail to the P.O. box from a high school student who says, hey, I'm washing cars on the weekend. I've been saving all of my money. I bought a mobile detailing truck with all the money that I made on weekends, and I'd like to wash your car for free as a thank you.
Good kid.
And so I met him. He washed the car for free. Did such a good job. Like, such a good job. And then we kept in touch. And I think I did like an Instagram shout out, and then he started cleaning Ryan Pineda's car. Wow. And from Ryan, he started like cleaning all these other people's cars. And now he's cleaning like all the YouTube cars.
You changed his life,
and
bro.
so, yeah, but, well, no, he was already doing that like way before.
You helped him a lot.
No, he was doing it way before. So now I want to showcase him and go along with the day. And he's like, dude, show up on this day. It'll be a good day. We could wash cars together.
I love this series for you. I think it's great. And it shows people what it really looks like to get out there and make money. And I think it's probably fun for you too. You probably get bored of being in here talking videos all the time.
Yeah, it's tough for me because I look at it from a business perspective, and I'm like, where can I get the most value for my time? And we spent such a long time on that window cleaning video, like such a long time. It was a whole day of filming. Alex spent 3 days editing the video. We spent a whole day reviewing it, and I was exhausted. Like
That's not like that much time.
But doing that one day, I have to tell you, I could have made 2 to 3 normal sit-down videos in that time.
Yeah.
Because not only was it physically exhausting, mentally it was exhausting. The rejection that you get all the time, it takes a toll.
But talk about the dopamine rush when it was all said and done and you made $1,000. Like, it probably was higher than you ever feeling after you finished.
I mean, he made the $1,000. I'm not taking any money from that. But
it's the win of the story, you know?
Yeah,
but I hear you.
But it's hard for me because when I look, the ad revenue of that video is substantially lower than when I
Right.
make like a Federal Reserve update video. So it's like, for me, those videos probably make a fifth of what I could do just in the office. So it's tough.
Same
given
for
the
me. I
amount of
mean,
time.
when I pivoted out of dropshipping videos and started broadening it up a little bit, my CPM cut into a third.
Yeah.
But I fell in love with the videos that I was creating. I didn't really love making these dropshipping tutorials as much as I did actually being outside, filming, using music that I like, telling stories, editing, putting
That's
funny
where I'm at,
funny stuff in there that I never would put in there normally. People seeing my personality. And that's when I was like, it doesn't matter. If I just keep doing this, the money's gonna come back around, and it has, you know. So
That's where I'm at. I'd love to do one of those a week and just do that. Now, you mentioned like staying away from things that might like pull you down. What are those things?
the money's gonna come back around, and it has, you know. So
That's where I'm at.
Filming, using music that I like, telling stories, editing, putting
That's
funny
where I'm at,
funny stuff in there that I never would put in there normally. People seeing my personality, and that's when I was like, it doesn't matter. If I just keep doing this, the money's gonna come back around, and it has, you know. So
That's where I'm at. I'd love to do one of those a week and just do that. Now, you mentioned like staying away from things that might like pull you down. What are those things?
for me, it's like sleeping super late, being lazy, acting like I'm retired or something, just eating crappy foods, playing video games. I do love video games, but I try to limit that these days, you know.
That's good.
Alcohol. I like to drink occasionally, but I really keep that to a minimum.
Sure.
Just the standard stuff, the stuff that you know in your heart you shouldn't be doing, you know, but we
Yeah.
do it anyway sometimes.
So how do you make sure you don't get complacent? I see where you're at right now and just like, I'm fine.
Well, you know, I actually tried to retire before.
Why?
And
How was that?
It was so boring. Like the first time I ever like looked at all my money and added everything up and I had like $1 million or whatever, I was like, okay, I'm gonna retire now. Just like chill out for like a month and do nothing. That was like the most depressing month of my life. Like I was bored. Nothing was happy for me. Like the first day was cool because I was like free, and then your brain needs something. You have to have something that you're striving towards. Like you have to have some type of goal. Like that's why I feel like when people retire at like 60 and they do nothing, they like die internally, you know? So I don't get complacent because I realize that it's boring and it's like not fun. I like creating stuff.
So what happened in that month when you didn't have that main driving factor of working? Did you just have a slow regression into like, okay, I'll skip the gym today. I'll eat a little bit worse today. And was it just like every day was getting worse and worse?
Yeah, I
Or
just
you got
became
bored?
I just became lazy and I got bored and I wasn't working hard. I wasn't making videos. I wasn't running the business. I would check in with my team, but it was just a complete like, let me just try to step away from everything and see how that goes. Hated it.
Mhm.
Yeah, hated it.
And what's the goal now for the future? Like, I know that we previously discussed $1 billion at 50 years old, but like, where do you see this going in a decade, 30 years, etc.?
I don't know. I just want to keep trying my best and do as much as I can on a daily basis. And I think the potential for this is like truly limitless. I never would have thought I would have had 1 million subscribers right now. Just like last year in January, I had like literally 200,000 subscribers. And that took me 10 years to get that. And to go from 200,000 to 1 million in 1 year is kind of like a testament to the fact that we don't know how big this thing can actually be. So for me, what's the goal is just to try to become the best version of myself and inspire other people through that journey, and also travel around the world and meet cool people like you guys and share y'all stories with the world, because there's so many amazing people that don't have that platform, and hopefully can inspire the next generation and this current one as well. So.
Yeah. What's your advice for people watching?
I would say people should take less advice.
Really?
I would say that you should just follow what you know in your heart that you should be doing, because a lot of times your intuition is kind of guiding you in the right direction. But if I was going to give any piece of advice, I would say pick one person that really stands out to you and somebody that you really want to emulate, and just study them. Because if you try to go ahead and study every single person in the world and try to do what they're doing and do what they're doing, I found it's not going to work. I would rather have one mentor that is doing the exact thing that I want to do and just shadow him and learn from him as much as I possibly could. So that's been my truths thus far. Yeah.
I agree. I think there's like a honeymoon period of starting a new endeavor, and you really like it for 3 months, and then you hit your failure, and then you try maybe a little bit more, and you hit another failure, and then you pivot. But you never get actually past the hump of like making money, being profitable, and enjoying it. And same goes with the gym. It's like you kind of like that honeymoon period, and I've been through this phase so many times where I hit the gym and I love it for a month, and then I stop because I'm not seeing progress, and I go back 6 months later. You just got to keep pushing through that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the only other thing I would say is that like you should not compare yourself to me or to Graham or to Jack, because it's like I used to do that, and I sometimes still find myself doing that. The reality is we all come from completely different backgrounds, and you should look at somebody else's success as a testament to the fact that you can do it too. Not they did it, so now I can't do it. It's they did it, so I can definitely do it, and maybe bigger than they did. So we should celebrate the success of other people, and we should not look to other people with jealousy or envy or comparison, because that is going to hold you back so much. And it has in my life. And once I started living life in kind of like this mindset of like, yo, if he's winning, that's a good thing. It's possible. I started becoming way more successful. So that would maybe be another thing I would say.
And generally speaking, what do you think are some of the biggest problems in the world right now?
I think what we feed and educate, what we feed our children mentally and physically is going to become a massive problem. I have a little brother and I have nieces that are like 6 and 2 years old. So I see what it's like growing up as a young kid, and today going to a public school. I think that does not scale very well at all. I think we have some crazy bubbling issues with the economy, as I learned from studying my boy Graham right here, that will come with a cost eventually. Even when I was with the billionaire, he told me like this next market crash is going to be bad. He's like, some of the stocks that you own will not be here when you come back around, you know, like
what are you owning?
No, he was saying like this was a general statement.
That's because you bought Peloton or something.
Nah,
He's like,
he went like this with his hand. He said,
Neo.
He said the stocks that you own will be worthless. This man got real serious on me, like talking about it's going to be one of the worst crashes ever. So that scares me. And also I think the fact that we spend so much time on social media, especially the children, will scale out pretty badly. But what I found is that if you focus on all these external factors, it only holds you down in life. So if you can focus on yourself and being the best version of yourself, that is truly the only way that you can make an impact on the people around you in the world. So you can't consume yourself with the news so much.
I agree. I think people are way too distracted nowadays. Like everything is distracting. Your phone, billboards, advertisements, this, that, YouTube gurus, and like TikTok, everything is just distracting people, pulling them away from solitude where they can actually think and work through their own problems.
Overstimulation, you know?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you delete TikTok.
Yeah.
And subscribe to the Iced Coffee Hour.
Except our TikTok, obviously.
Yeah, our TikTok is good. Right, we teach, educate.
Only stay on that one. No, I think this type of format of content is good for people because it actually makes you use your attention and not sit there and watch a 5-second video. You know, you actually have to listen.
Our clips drive a lot of traffic to the long form.
Good, very good. Yes.
So it's the clips that get you in, and then hopefully you watch the whole video. But
it's a good format.
Those clips, though.
Yeah, I've had some go crazy. I had one get 13 million views. That's like the biggest thing I've ever posted.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I had one on my second channel got 50 million views.
Which one, with Mr. Beast?
No. It was a random clip I did on a video that bombed. It was a Judge Vonda B clip on child support. Josh took it, clipped it up, posted it on TikTok, and I think it got like 7 million views on TikTok, and he's like, you got to post it on YouTube, and I did. Got 50 million views on YouTube.
That's amazing.
And it's just a stupid clip on a video that bombed, and I don't know why it did so well.
Shorts
but
are
YouTube
weird.
was just like, hey, we're gonna promote this video. I mean, it was interesting. You know why? Because it was so divisive.
The comments was probably fighting each other.
Yeah, you know what I think it was? The husband wanted child support from the ex-wife. She was making like $100,000 a year, but because she didn't want to pay child support, she quit her job and got a job at like 7-Eleven. And then claim that I can't pay child support because I'm not making the money anymore. And the
You would
dude's
be
like,
funny on like
yeah.
a judge show. If you were to judge, I would watch that show.
I would love to judge like money in relationships. I think it'd be so much fun to have like a couple. Here's a money problem. Let's solve it together.
You ever thought about doing a series like that on YouTube?
We tried it on the Graham Stephan show.
We
had,
did.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, we had
did.
people call in that had financial issues, and Graham
Yeah.
was like the coach between them.
Yeah. Oh, there were some wild ones.
I like that format for you. I would watch that, especially if they were
Yeah.
actually there.
That's the thing. They were all like over the phone,
Yeah.
and you don't quite get the grasp.
Got to
of
get
it.
the emotions of like.
Oh man, there was one caller that I'll never forget. He called me asking if he should break up with his girlfriend because he spends $100 a month on her, and he's like, "I can
This
save
is when
the
Graham
money."
was promoting like being as frugal as
Yes.
possible, and then his fans were just like, "Oh my god, my
Even-
girlfriend
did you
cost
say
me
yes?
this much?"
Even no,
Oh, okay.
even I was like, "Yo, that's extreme."
Yeah.
I'm like, "How often do you see her?" He's like, once a month." And I'm like, "Once a month?"
There's
He's
bigger
like,
problems.
Yeah, he's like, "Well, we're long distance, but when she comes down, I have to spend $100 on it." I'm like, "Is there anything you could do for free?" He's like, "Yeah, but we'll spend money on that." I told him he was a little crazy.
It's the average Graham
That was-
Stephan fan. They got a penny pinch, man.
No. But you know what? I also told him that if he's questioning a relationship over $100 a month,
Yeah.
it's probably not going to work out. He should probably just cut it.
Yeah, I
He should
agree.
probably not. If that's a question, probably not a good sign.
Yeah, I spend
Probably
money
roll with
freely on my people. I think that's the craziest thing I spend money on is like when it comes to my family and my girl and my friends. Like we go to dinner, I pay for everything. We go.
Well, let's go to
travel.
dinner, dude. Let's go to
Yeah,
dinner.
come on, Graham. That's perfect.
Where
for
do
me.
you want to go, Jack?
It's on me, man. Unless I leave my wallet in the car, then you might have to get it.
See, I leave my wallet at the house all the time.
Every single
No,
time.
I could learn a lot from you though, because I feel like I don't spend like crazy, but I'm definitely not the most frugal guy, But I'm not like the craziest either with money. Like I got friends in Miami, they just
I
blow
hear that's
money.
a Miami thing. I
They
hear
just
Miami is
blow
like
money.
very much different from the rest of the United States.
Yeah, it's like it's like a swinging contest, of everybody trying to
Yeah.
show that they got it. And I stopped playing that game a long time ago because I realized that nobody actually cares.
Really? So we had Fresh and Fit on, and they're from Miami, and they explain everything is like the watch, the car, the penthouse, like all those things you gotta have in Miami and the clubs.
Yeah, but the real big dogs,
I've never been.
The real big dogs
Yeah.
don't really respect those guys like that. So they're like appealing to like the crowd of flashiness.
Yeah.
So it depends on what game you want to play. When I went to the billionaire's house, you think he'd give a shit about what watch I got on or what type of car I drive? No, he respects my character and my integrity and how I move as a man. And that goes for all these people that are really successful in my network. It's only the little boys that make their first couple $100,000 that actually care about like a penthouse in Miami that they're renting, and they share it with their homeboy. Like, it's lame to me. Like after living in LA and after living in Miami, I've seen so much of this rented fake lifestyle that none of it impresses me anymore. Like the Lamborghini doesn't impress me anymore. The Rolex doesn't impress me anymore. I don't care. Like, what are you building? How are you as a person? And how do you treat the people around you? That to me is what is impressive.
You know what I'm seeing now? It's getting promoted. Is that old money thing? Have you seen this?
Oh, I've seen
Dude,
that.
okay, so what's
No.
so funny is that I was scrolling, I think it was Instagram, and it's like old money versus new money. And it's like shows old money is like, no logos on shirts and stuff like that, understated, like the preppy sort of East
Are
Coast
we old?
style. And then it shows the new money of just
Yeah.
like the flashy car, and
Yeah,
the
like the
flashy
Balenciaga,
this and that.
like crazy.
And for some reason, I'm like, how does this get so many millions of views? And I keep seeing it get recommended. Then Biaheza made a video talking about how he profited from a trend of right now it's old money. Like that's the style and the trend. And like Abercrombie was kind of marketing towards that. So he was like, if Abercrombie's, I'm gonna buy calls on Abercrombie, I'm gonna make money, and he did. And that switched it for me. It's like, oh shit, this is a trend right now.
Yeah.
And so I think we're going towards that like understated kind of vibe where people aren't flashing things, a little more conservative. I think we're going towards that right now.
Yeah, you can thank Andrew Tate and Iman Ghazi for that one for sure. They're kind of, I feel like, leaders of that type of movement. You know, these guys are like, oh, don't wear any logos. You got to be fresh and fly. You know. I think they're kind of leading that because I see people that just like clone those guys, like one clones, like the way they dress, how they act.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I could see the dressing, but not so much like the watches and the cars and.
But you can't clone Iman's watch collection. That thing is ridiculous.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but even Andrew Tate's watch collection, it was usually like a Richard Mille.
Yeah.
Or something of like.
He's flashy. They're both flashy, but in a very tasteful way.
Sure.
And that's how I like to do it too. You know, I don't like to be super flexy. This is maybe the flashiest thing that I own, but other than that, you never see me wearing a shirt with like big brands on or nothing like that. I try to keep it clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions you have for us? Anything we can answer for you?
When you look at my YouTube channel now that I have 1 million subs, you've probably seen some of my videos.
I've seen them all.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. How do I double down and take this even further? What would you do if you were me right now?
I personally think most YouTube channels have a lifespan of 2 to 7 years, 2 to 5 years. I think what you're doing now is on the cutting edge of what is good, but I worry that it's hard to cement your name on that long term. Daniel Mack did a really good job at that with cars, like really good. And now you could see he's expanding, and he's expanded his business a lot. I'd find a way that you could make this sustainable for just like 3 years, and how you could be the best at it, because it'll get really saturated from the sense of a repeatable style that anyone could say, this works. I showcase this. I do a house tour. I do an interview. It's this formula now that's doing really well. I don't know how long it's going to do well for. I'd probably give it a year, maybe 2 years. So I think how you could roll with it today to make it as best as you can for the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, we'll keep doing that. I feel like the differentiator is like trying to get the highest caliber of people that I can that other people can't get.
Yeah.
And the actual production of the video itself, so it actually like stands out as like, oh wow, like that was its.
That's very much the Ennis
Yeah.
approach, because we were just with Ennis.
Yes.
And Ennis has kind of set himself apart as far as the house tours go.
Yeah.
Because he says he has this very precise attention to detail. He goes, you know, he'll do an extra 30 hours of work for extra 0.01% improvement in the video.
I'm the same way.
And he says that he thinks that's what sets him apart from all of the other competitors. And the people that you want to attract, like the billionaires or the really, you know, the interesting people that you want to highlight on your channel, those are the types of people that will notice a difference.
Yeah, they pay attention.
You're not doing it for the fans. You're doing it for
I think it's difficult because that doesn't always yield the largest audience all the time, is like that 0.01%. Like some people appreciate that for sure. But sometimes I see the weirdest house tours just take off because either the person behind the camera is interesting or the house is unique. There was a really cool Airbnb. The tour was good, but it was an Airbnb built into the side of a rock that was just so unique. It was filmed well, not in the like the level of, you know, what Inez would be doing, but oh man, it got like 10 million views on this. And I'm seeing a lot, like Eric Conover is doing, you know, similar videos to Inez. But
the last thing I want to add to this is that I think the way that I can keep doing this for a long time is making people connected to me.
Yes.
So it's like they come to the show to see me and who I'm meeting, not always just to see who the new guest is.
Agree.
And that is really the challenge. As I look at this question you asked me earlier, am I struggling with? That is the challenge for me now. It's like, I know how to get millions of views on YouTube consistently, but now how can I convert these people into like a real diehard fan base? And I have that because when I did my meetup and I saw the turnout, I was like, damn, but how can I do it even more?
Yeah,
you know?
I think sharing more of your story and more of your opinion, I think that'll help. Like the video that got me the most was your story. Like that one video where you did the $1 thing at the end, like that one sticks with me. And I think for me, the one video that I built a huge audience from, who really cared about me, was the video Why I Quit My 9-to-5 Job. It was like a 30-minute long video. But people who watch that video all the way through, like they're not going to forget that story.
Yeah. They might get less views in the moment, but you build a stronger connection.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think interweaving that within your content, I think would help a lot.
I will. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you're making $350,000 a month from your viral
a year.
Was it called Viral Vault?
Viral Vault.
Okay.
Is that a month?
I made $350 last month.
Oh shit.
Okay.
But that's from Viral Vault and from YouTube.
Oh, that's everything together.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's our title. We'll also run the title and thumbnail by you
That's fine.
If you'd like. So how much are you doing off YouTube now?
I think last month it was like 55,000, something like that, 58,000. So it's like 50 to 70 a month in AdSense.
And then you did 300,000 with the Viral Vault last month.
Yeah. And I also, it was like, yeah, because I have also a Shopify affiliate that pays me. I have like a partnership with, I got a couple different streams of income, but those are the two main ones.
And how is your time spread to all of these different revenue drivers?
I really just check on my team for Viral Vault and I make sure everything's moving. But the majority of my time on a daily basis is spent on YouTube. So coming up with ideas, working on our new video that we're filming or editing. And I'm a YouTuber.
Right.
You know, like I'm a business guy, but like if you ask me what I do every single day, YouTube. I'm really working on my YouTube channel.
See, I would say like, oh, you got to focus more on Viral Vault because it's the real revenue driver of all, you know, your entire production. But at the same time, YouTube is kind of funneling into Viral Vault. So it makes sense that you would focus on YouTube, even though the actual like or the ad revenue is not going to be like super significant relative to Viral Vault.
Yeah, when YouTube grows, everything else grows. It's kind of like the pulse, you know?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for coming all the way to Vegas and doing this. The one thing that would mean the world to me, though, I just have to ask.
Okay.
If you smash the like button for the YouTube algorithm, it helps out substantially. It really
Subscribe
does
as well,
make
please.
it makes a huge difference. I've tested now across various videos where I really talk about just hitting the like button. It does actually make a difference in the number of views a video gets. Just hit the like button. That's it, and subscribe.
And on top of that, all of Jordan's information will be linked down below. Thank you so much for coming on the podcast.
Appreciate it.
Really means a lot. And until next time.
See ya.
Yeah, thank you guys.
If you press the stop.
I got it.